He's the heartbeat of America. He's working hard for all of us. He stands up for the common man. He's trying to do the best he can. Yeah, he's American, the American dream. Oh yeah, he's American, the American dream.
Yes, indeed, the American dream. I think you know where we're heading on this episode in due time. Yes, this is the Red Leaf Retrocast WrestleCast edition, episode 45, titled Battle of Aesthetics at Thanksgiving. Quite appropriate, lots of Thanksgiving-themed shows on this episode. I am your host, JD. Got a packed one, a lot at the top of the podcast. Heading down a lot of, well, Puro wrestling. Actually have some WWE talk. I hope to keep that short of my, issues with War Games and Survivor Series that happened over the past weekend. I guess it was about 2 weeks ago now. Yes. I got a great fucking Noah show to talk about. Various Joshi promotions leading into the NWA US Champion Retro Wrestler Spotlight. Yep, you recognize that theme song at the beginning of the podcast. You'll know where that's going. We got the weekly wrestling recap with my mom, whom visited me over the Thanksgiving holiday. We got to go to a Beyond Wrestling show. We watched a lot of AEW and MLW, which each had a Thanksgiving special show. And Beyond Wrestling had a show on Thanksgiving that we went to. Featured with my mom taking pictures with basically the entire roster. You can check that out on Twitter at BowlingJD, or a nice little compilation of my favorite pictures from the show at BowlingJD, Red Leaf Retrocast on Instagram. From there, I will be joined by my buddy Jay from the Smack It Down podcast and a returning guest, Max, to talk all things Stardom up until basically going through November, finishing out Tag League and the title defense of Tokyo Cyber Squad against the winners, and some general talk. That runs about 45 minutes, I believe. So very excited for that section, and then of course finishing out with our retro wrestling of WCW, going through the year of 1998. I know I'm going through 1999 as we're approaching the end of 98. That's an episode of Nitro, heading to the Go Home show for Fall Brawl. So look forward to that at the end of the cast, and then of course giving you the wrestler rankings as we approach the end of the year. Only a couple podcasts left after this one to finish out 2019. Whom will be the wrestlers of the year? Whom will stay in the top 10? Who will fall out? Go into a little bit of that at the end. Yes, I'm recording this on a nice little Tuesday night, about a day before I want to get this episode out. Hopefully I can stay on track, but let's not waste any time. Let's play this drop and get going here. Yes, that was the theme music of Kento Miyahara. Yeah, we're talking all Japan Pro Wrestling. And my drink of the podcast for this episode is some nice little Irish cream on the rocks. Oh, that's lovely. Really nice during the winter. It's one of my favorite drinks during the winter months. It's been snowing like crazy. So, why am I covering Kento Miyahara? Why All Japan? Not the biggest fan of the promotion. I do like a lot of their main events, that's for sure. Well, as it turns out, I didn't cover the Kento Miyahara versus Kai nor Suwama Triple Crown title matches. That was the New Year's Wars and Excite Wars. Both are up there next to Nomura as a couple of the total bangers this year. I actually felt like rewatching these two matches, since it's been basically a year. I also rewatched the Omega Tanahashi Wrestle Kingdom match, and holy shit, these were three really good matches. But yes, again, just to reiterate, it was brought to my attention that the podcast did not cover them, nor in my rankings did I even bother putting Kento on the list. Went back in the January, and it just totally slipped through the cracks. Well, that is unacceptable. So here we go. The match with Kai during Wrestle Kingdom week was hard holds of neck versus legs, or neck versus the leg. Kai worked Kento's leg. The issue with Kai was that he stopped halfway through the match that led to his ultimate's downfall, as Kento, meanwhile, continued to work Kai's neck throughout the match. It was a good, simple match, and I especially liked the February Suwama defense. It was Powerhouse Suwama doing heavy lariats and suplexes and even power bombs. It's definitely a different kind of match that Kento desperately needed for more of a variety in his matches. Now that I've kind of seen how this year has gone by, Kai was more of a technical battle. Suwama was the power battle. And just recently, Jake Lee was kind of the strike battle. So he has had the variety. So there you go. I loved it. Kento went to recycling his offense of blackout knees and Germans a lot to counter this power offense. Something we can directly compare to his, whenever he's on the ropes, it seems, he goes to these moves. So until we see someone counter these moves from Kento, he's going to keep going to them. I think that's the story that's being told here. Maybe this constant recycling didn't make for the best Kento match. However, it certainly made for the best Suwama match I have seen. I think this is a great example of what makes Kento Miyahara so special as a wrestler. So I have now changed my mind. I now think the Kai match is better simply because both guys look great, as opposed to just one looking great to outshine the other. So I was 100% called out from this by a few listeners. Fully admit Kento missed out on some points here. I have backtracked points in the past for special occasions, and this is certainly two of them by all means. 10 points each for Kento. So that's that'll get him 20 extra points on the board easily. So if you question the rankings, that'll make sense later. But god damn it, he deserves it. Those two matches could easily be on people's top 10s, top 20s list of the year. So it would just be a travesty to not bring that up by any means. And now that leads us into the next little tidbit. As let me just check if I even have a drop for. You know what? Yes, I do. Of course I do. Here I go. Yeah, I haven't heard the Impact music in quite some time. Basically, since they moved to Axis. So, Impact on Axis, there was a, it's an Impact show. They're sticking to their formula. What I really wanted to talk about was the main event elimination gauntlet match. Something we see a lot of in WWE quite often when they kind of want to try to get someone over, but inevitably nothing really comes of it other than, that was a good match. Well, in this case, it was to name the number one contender to the Impact World Championship. Hey, go figure. Stakes on the line make for a great match. Well, the contestants were Moose, Daga, Rich Swann, Michael Elgin, Brian Cage, Tessa Blanchard. Ooh, for Sami Callihan's title. The final three in particular was awesome. Cage versus Swann told a great story of Swann fighting back after the beatdown from sore loser Elgin. Elgin got DQ'd for shoving the ref. Kind of dumb, but willing to be annoyed about the Elgin book in another day. That's not what this was about. Swan and Cage go at it for about 6 minutes of Swan jumping just all over the place. Multiple 450s, but proves too much to handle as the Machine defeats him. Then, Tessa, Blanchard, and Cage go 15 minutes. So that makes Cage going at it for, 20 plus. Tessa does become the number one contender. Facial expressions from Tessa Blanchard were off the chart. They were unmeasurable. She was just all over the place with them. I loved it. Very old school stuff. Cage F5s Tessa onto the apron at one point. Tessa eventually fights back, hitting a huge Magnum Codebreaker. Goes for a second, but Cage catches her, and he goes for his Weapon X finisher, but then a fantastic counter by Tessa to get out of that. She wins off a Code Red, reversing a Gory Bomb of all things. So that's how she got into various positions. I liked their bar wrestling match and even their Wrestle Circus match more, but this was a beautiful intergender match. Again, I spoke on this podcast prior that Impact going something like intergender would set them apart from the crowd, and having someone like Tessa Blanchard on the roster and being that woman that can compete with the men. She's very capable. She's the most over in the company. Like, it's not even close. Her and Sami Callihan, and them meeting for their trilogy going into 2020 as she goes for the title now. Hey, all for it. More power to you, Impact. I still hope Tessa Blanchard leaves you guys and goes for a bigger company. As harsh as that sounds. Yeah, Tessa Blanchard is a fucking star. There's no denying it. So with that, I can just keep going here. Oh no. I see what's next on my agenda. Oh, what to do. You know what? I never get to play this these days. I'll play this drop. Yes, AJ Styles, you have returned, but hey, this is kind of a generality. I'm talking War Games 3 and Survivor Series. So, I have no notes, I'm just going off the top of my head. I don't know what possessed me to watch these two shows. I know I had the time. I was also playing Outer Worlds during a lot of this, as I get myself primed and ready for talking about this and gather my thoughts. So, oh, that's good. Starts off with the women's War Games match. And, as it was brought to my attention, I did not watch the pre-show. A major story angle was on the pre-show, and it was never mentioned nor showed on the main card. I say this because as we go through the War Games match, the women's, and you have the makeshift teams of baby faces and heels getting cheered, and just a mess in terms of character casting. It comes down to Shayna Baszler's left on her team. She's in the cage, and then Dakota Kai is set to come out because she replaced Mia Yim, who got injured backstage. Turns out she was jumped by Dakota Kai, but again, never mentioned on the main show. And whom is left in the cage but Tegan Nox, her beloved tag team partner. She looks at the ring. She looks back. She gets a mean, devilish look in her face, and then she beats the shit out of Tegan Nox. I will admit, this act was great. She takes the knee braces off. She's killing her knees, killing them over and over again. Both of them, as we know, Tegan Nox, our beloved Nixon Newell, suffered devastating back-to-back knee surgeries. Just horrid. I really like Nixon Newell. So it was a good act of the turn. Now, the turn itself, I thought, was really stupid. because whom are the people and what are the stories going into this? Well, Rhea Ripley is the one that didn't want her on the team. We had Dakota Kai saying she'll take on Shayna Baszler to prove she's on the team. She failed, and now she's upset. A piss poor loser. So, she doesn't take anything out on Rhea Ripley. And as we saw from NXT recently, nothing came of that. And then, whom has been bullying her in the locker room over the past year and a half? Even to this point, it's Shayna Baszler, the bully, the one that tries to injure her every time. Does she want revenge? Well, it was also came to my attention that even when Rhea Ripley recruited her, saying, "I need you on the team. It's your time to shine. Don't you want revenge on Shayna Baszler?" Well, apparently in Dakota Kai's mind during this turn, that was the furthest thing from her mind. Instead of turning on Tegan Nox and then going to Shayna Baszler, or beating up Shayna Baszler as she was just ripe for the pickings in the cage. You can't tell me that she just couldn't take the key from a ref, right? And then beat up Tegan Nox, so it's like a fake turn, and that, there was so many better ways to go for it. Never you mind that the War Games match can't officially start until all competitors are in the ring. Well, Nox and Kai never got in the ring. So, needless to say, I didn't like it. I didn't like any of this. Now, the match itself, now we're left with Rhea Ripley, Candice LeRae, left in the cage. Io Shirai does a fantastic moonsault from the top. Rhea Ripley essentially takes on the entire team by herself after Io Shirai takes herself out. And Ripley is a fucking star. She pump handles Baszler with the handcuffs on. There's a spot there. Onto chairs and pins Shayna Baszler, something we never see. So a star is born. And then the rest of the night was kind of, by the books in my eyes. So, Riddle and Balor have a match. It was fine. It was, Balor wins. Cool, I guess. I hate his new tattoo still. We had a triple threat match that went 20 minutes with a very strange ending of Pete Dunne getting sentoned from Killian Dane onto Priest, and then he just kind of kicks Dane off and gets the pin. So he gets a match at Survivor Series against Adam Cole for the NXT title. And then we had the men's War Games match, which was a lot like last year's, with this year's being the whole mystery partner that Ciampa called for his team to fill in the gap. And as it turns out, it's Kevin Owens. He gets a big pop. Doesn't do much in the match. Big air raid crash from Ciampa onto Cole from the top of the cage through 2 tables, which scared the fuck out of me because Ciampa's just come back from crazy surgery. And now Cole is absolutely destroyed and killed for his title match against Pete Dunne tomorrow. We'll get into that in a second. So, Ciampa pins Adam Cole. So we know where that's going. So, I was very 50-50 on the booking. The matches were cool. The only person to really stand out of War Games and become a star going forward is Rhea Ripley. The story of Kevin Owens was he was in a match with Drew McIntyre, and I saw this match. It was very good. And then I had a meltdown because it was like a mixture of everything that I hate about WWE. The match just ends when Triple H comes out, plus it goes to commercial. Drew McIntyre just disappears. Triple H talks at Kevin Owens for like 15 minutes of cryptic, "I want you back in NXT" thing. You were taken, but Triple H was the one in charge of the roster at the time, so it's convoluted. And then he talks about how NXT guys are there for protection, but then the locker room comes out anyways. Undisputed Era jumps Kevin Owens from behind, beats him up for like 2 seconds, and then Ciampa called him, hey, come, and he did. Cool. Cut to Survivor Series, the men match, and that was everything in a 5-on-5-on-5 to make you pissed off as a fan. Hey, root for this guy. Hey, he's immediately out next. Hey, root for this guy. He's immediately out next. Case in point was Walter, who showed up from NXT UK. He's in there for about 2 minutes. He looks awesome. He gets Claymore kicked by McIntyre. He's out. Crowd chants bullshit. Hey, making your NXT UK champion look very strong. Keep in mind, he didn't even come out with the title. Way to represent. So, best match on that show was easily Adam Cole versus Pete Dunne. The issue there was Adam Cole was put through hell the night before, and Pete Dunne and him have a 50-50 match. So how does that make Pete Dunne look? Not too good. There was a awesome spot, probably spot of the weekend, where Adam Cole reverses a bitter end into what he calls the Panama Sunrise. That was awesome. Totally skipped the Daniel Bryan Fiend match because it's in the red Virtual Boy lighting, so fuck that. Any match in that lighting is immediately terrible, and I can't watch it. So there you go. Oops. I need to take breaths in my rage, I guess. What else? Rhea Ripley was the sole survivor in the women's 5-on-5-on-5, which went entirely too long, filled with very weird... you could definitely see who was awful and who was great, such as Kairi Hojo and Io Shirai being amazing, and then Carmella going, hi, I exist. Yeah, she's terrible. But Rhea Ripley, again, looking like a star, being the sole survivor there. Even though Io Shirai and Candice LeRae are on the same team, and they're best friends, but then they're bitter rivals all summer, and, you know, that'd be weird if they booked that. And then we had, let's see, Brock Lesnar versus Rey Mysterio, the story of the bully just winning. Cool. Because he's Brock. And then Rey, the very next night, gets hot-shotted to winning the U.S. title. So much for that Humberto Carrillo push. Yeah, lots of issues. So that was TakeOver and Survivor Series. Not a fan. I just had the free time. I had already watched everything I needed to for the podcast, so there you go. I have covered it. Now on to a good show. Do I even have a drop for Noah? Ooh. I certainly should, but it seems like I don't. Well then, I can play Kazuninare anyways. Alrighty, so probably one of the top shows of the year. It's Noah Battle of Aesthetics in Ryogoku. I think it's called Noah the Best 19. I think that's what it was. But the last 3 matches were out of this world. They were so good for what they wanted to do. I caught up on a lot of the stories going in. Great Muda, yeah. That Great Muda defeats Naomichi Marufuji in a 12-minute match. Okay, so Muda moves beyond slow, yet somehow manages well enough because of his character work, and that shows you the character level of Muda. Kind of like WCW Hogan to an extent, you know. No, Muda's better. Still a much better wrestler. Luckily, he's in there with Marufuji, who comes out with a fire extinguished. He comes out with a fire extinguisher with painted flames on a side of his body, like bringing out this new persona and character of him because he wants to defeat the Great Muda, right? So they have a straight up character work match. Marufuji chopping and kicking Muta, while Muta's highlights come at spitting green mist into the air before the match starts. He's like, I don't need this mist to beat you. Using a camera to hit Marufuji, and then he records the crowd a la Jericho style. He even breaks it on the ring post right after that. He reverses Marufuji's momentum by using red mist. This turning point led into more Muta offense and going for black mist, but Marufuji puts his hand over his mouth, really hoping for the Ospreay spot where he does the kiss of death and then spits the mist back. But alas, Muta counters this via a fire fucking ball to his face. The crowd goes absolutely insane. Muta hits 3 devastating Shining Wizards later. Muta wins. This is what I would call a fun legacy match, and it sets up a possible rematch with Marufuji winning. I don't know. I'd be absolutely okay with Muta winning, and that's the last we see of it. I love this match a lot. Then we have the crowning of the national title for Noah. So they're doing the MLW thing here as I take a drink of my Irish cream. So it's Sugiura taking on Michael Elgin. And this was the best Haas match of the year. Come fight me on it. Just power for power. Honestly, a type of match I have desperately wanted to see in Noah since forever. The Sugiura GHC title run was, it was him being a Haas against, I guess, junior weights is how I can describe it. They were ranged, sure, but it had nothing on this Elgin match. This was the best Elgin match I have seen in also forever. So I need this Elgin to show up in Impact, right? Not this I push referees and get DQ'd bullshit, right? This was a 21.5-minute, I will kill you with power bombs, I will kill you with forearms in the corner, I will yell at you and scream. And Sugiura wins this match as he should, and if this leads to big dudes versus Sugiura, and they're just kicking the shit out of each other, being big, then this title will be probably my favorite title to watch going forward in Noah. I will watch every single defense. So, and then that led into the main event. Mr. 2019 of Noah, Kaito Kiyomiya, defeats Kento, a match I think all Noah fans and pure wrestling fans in general have been looking forward to. Of course, it's a GHC heavyweight title match, so of course it has to go 25 plus minutes, no matter what. It goes 31 minutes and 10 seconds. Oh. Okay. So, let me describe. This was a match of back and forth, dragged on and on. I don't know why every Noah GHC title match must go to around 30 minutes. I don't know why. I honestly can't remember the last time a match went even below 25. Because of this, many of the matches feel long for the sake of feeling long, as opposed to a big match feel. This worked with Sugiura because he's a beast. He can work those long matches, but as we saw in the Elgin match, it peaked, probably around the 18, and then they had their 3-minute go-home, right? I could say this Kiyomiya Kento match peaked like 4 times. It just kept going and going. They just start out so slow, or they slow down really fast in the middle, right? Then in the middle to the late, there was 2 sets of, they're just repeating their movesets, especially around the 25-minute mark, and we still had 6 more minutes after that. So, it was just a repeat of heat, babyface comeback, second time, third time, it just went on and on. That being said, Kento's double curb stomps looked devastating, and Kiyomiya's comebacks, because he's Kiyomiya, with the drop kicks, are still amazing to watch. So it's a win some, you lose some moments, right? Kiyomiya does win via 2 Tiger Suplexes and keeps the title, effectively completing a year-long run with the title. Not bad, young man. Not bad at all. So, I want to see a Kiyomiya defense that goes 20 minutes. And I guarantee you, he would do so much better and look so much better as a champion doing that. It doesn't need to go 30 plus every time. I don't see why Noah has to do that. So, on to the Smiles promotion, the promotion that brings smiles to everyone's eyes. Let's see, Hikaru. Thank you, Shida. As it's time to talk Gatoh Move. I should probably just get Emi Sakura's AEW music, but I like Shida's music. So during this interval, the past 2 weeks, Gatoh Move, as they do, pump out a video a day. I did not. I'll remember it. They pumped out most of the matches from the May 1st, 2019 Japan tour, and the November 24th Gatoh Move 19 show. We had a battle of rookies in Cherry defeating Anchamu in 5 minutes. Simple enough. And there's something there's something about the Gatoh Move rookies that you see. I don't know, they look more mature in the ring, they have more poise. I just wish their costumes looked better. They look more comfortable in front of a crowd, as opposed to Stardom's rookies that, there's a couple that, okay, all the Sayas coming out have that kind of potential that we've seen in the Gatoh Move rookies. But I don't know, the basic movesets and playing to the crowd, you can definitely see the different training there. Maybe that's where I'm going. But Cherry wins, as she should. She's the vet. Hagen Ishino and Mitsuru Kono defeat Balian, Aki, and Saki in just under 10 minutes. Was really, so this is interesting. I'll skip to on November 24th, Mitsuru Kono faced off against Sayaka, a rookie, of course. These two matches, so May, June, July, August, September, October, November, 7 months apart. Definitely see the improvement in Mitsuru Kono heavily in these 7 months, right? Kono in this tag match from May 1st was very limited. She didn't have a lot of time in the ring. Every time she came in, she showed off her 4 things she does best. And I've spoken about this before, where Kono and Emi Sakura had their one-on-one. But this is a good example of her having her moments based on what she's good at. And she gets in and out, does her thing, appeals to the crowd. And then Saki was the highlight in this match in particular. I will say Bali and Aki, he's a bit of a wild man in that ring. He's flying all over the place. None of his stuff looks good. Kind of scared me at times. There was one where he flew across the ring in a dropkick towards Kono, and she was just like, he is flying at me. And she gets out of the way. The best match from Gatoh Move was definitely Hiroyo Matsumoto defeating Yuna Mizumori in an 11-minute, 12-second match. That was great. They had a battle of power. Matsumoto being just a bit bigger and taller. Just big smile on her face as she does. She loves what she does. This was another match of Mizumori proving what she can do when she's not facing rookies and Emi Sakura. It was good to see her have this caliber of a match in a ring with a different opponent than the Gatoh Move casts. So that was very enjoyable. And then This was the rookie one. Tokiko Kirihara, I believe she's in her 40s and comes from a martial arts background. She's taking on Sayuri, whom needs a new costume. They go 5 minutes, and simple enough, they work on what they're best at, and Kirihara doing her submissions, as she should, and her kicks, and Sayuri kind of going through the motions, getting more comfortable. I definitely liked what I saw more out of Sayuri here than Sayaka in the Kono match from November 24th. But both are screaming with potential, that's for sure. The fact Sayaka was able to go longer, but then again, Kono has more experience than Tokiko. And the big highlight was the 6-man tag with Chris Brooks involved, being on Team Rinrin and I believe Hagane Shino. They were taking on the team of Mei Suruga, Honda, and Mizumori. And Chris Brooks was phenomenal. He was amazing. Him against Mei was hilarious, where he's literally a good 2/3 taller than her. There's a moment where Chris Brooks tries to do a spot where he puts Rinrin on his shoulders, but he bangs her into the ceiling inside of Ichigai Chocolate Square. It got a huge pop out of the crowd. It was so funny. Everything Chris Brooks did in this match was great. He's a giant among men in Gatoh Move. It was fantastic. He is right at home doing these comedies, this whole comedy shtick and DDT with Maki Ito, and more than welcome in Gatoh Move. He needs to be in AEW with Emi Sakura. 1000%. It was great. Mizumori, Honda, and Suruga pick up the win in this one. So, good stuff. Got to move. It was a lot of fun to watch. And I will just, instead of playing a drop, I will move into Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling. And I want to do a Maki Ito spotlight, essentially. And what ended up happening was I watched the October 19th TJPW show titled It's My Life, Let's Enjoy at KFC Hall. And the November 16th show, Fall Tour 19, Best Regards in Nagoya. So what these two entailed was Maki Ito winning the Princess title and defending the Princess title. But I ended up watching more matches. So I watched the tag team match of the Magical Sugar Rabbits. That's Mizuki and Yuka Sakazaki taking on Miyu Yamashita and Shoko Nakajima. It goes to a 20-minute time limit draw. So first of all, Yuka and Mizuki are called the Magical Sugar Rabbits. It has a cute factor that's impossible to measure. So you guys just have to deal with that. Second of all, Miyu Yamashita is such a less is more kind of wrestler, and something that's so rare in women's wrestling. You don't see that in wrestling very much at all anymore. That's a Kento Miyahara type thing, right? He doesn't do much in the ring, but when he does, everything connects well, and gets over. The only other wrestler that's not, I would classify as a super vet, right? Could compare to is Kagetsu. But anyways, this was a match to highlight and get the story pumped for the DDT Ultimate Party matches. So take that for what it's worth. There's the Princess title match I spoke about. It is Maki Ito taking on Yuna Manase, who's the champion. They go 11 minutes, 16 seconds. The story of Yuna Manase, the good wrestler, getting beat by the Psycho Idol bad wrestler, Maki Ito. This match was unique, as is Maki Ito herself. There was nobody like her in the world. She has so much charisma, character work, and it all makes up for her lack of mat wrestling skill. She has a sort of split personality to her character that feels natural, It's like she makes the crowd into kind of like a BDSM in ways. She's nice and immediately puts you down for liking her. It's very weird. And then the things she does in the match matches it, right? Kicks out with the middle finger up, crosses her eyes after kicked in the head, turning her face to the camera with her tongue out. It all adds up, right? Anyways, she wins off a roll-up and then crazily sings her way to the back with the streamers sticking to her. It was really funny. The main event was the Princess Tag Team title match. Neo Bishikigun, that's the team of Misao and Saki-sama, the champions, defeating Mina Shirakawa and Yuki Kamifuku. This went way too long. It was 16 minutes. So Mina and Yuki come out rapping and jump Neo Bishikigun during the streamers. They have an okay match. It's nothing special by any means. But like I've said before, on this cast, in past, TJPW excel in the characters and the showmanship more than the top level wrestling. Match was fine, but you could really tell Misao, who's been in the ring for 4 years, 31-year-old former model rookie Mina, Yuki, 2 years, were all very green. You know, when the when all 4 people combined barely reach 15 years experience, that's some green wrestling. And then the November 16th show was a Miyu Yamashita and Yuna Manase defeating Mirai Mayumi and Miyu Watanabe in 8 minutes. I basically watched this strictly for Miyu Yamashita and how she moves in the ring and how she kicks. She wins off her roundhouse kick. I'm kind of hoping that's more of a setup move going forward, but she's got some good offense in her. The Magical Sugar Rabbits defeat Mina and Yuki in a 12-minute match. I guess that's setting up the Sugar Rabbits for a tag title match. And then the main event was Nightshade, big Gaijin, facing Maki Ito for the Princess of Princess title. Goes 11 minutes. Maki Ito does all of her things, and she wins off a move I was not expecting. So she's got Nightshade down. She's on basically the other side of the ring. Maki Ito goes up to the corner turnbuckle on the other side of the ring. And I'm like, what in God's name are you doing? Is Nightshade going to get up? Is she going to do a crossbody? Nightshade's not moving. Maki Ito puts her hands up, and she throws herself across the ring and headbutts Nightshade. Harley Race style. Chris Benoit style. They clash heads. Maki Ito pins her off a diving headbutt from across the ring. Good God. It's also important to mention that Maki Ito takes the title off like a skirt. So it's quite adorable. So the glory of Maki Ito and her character work. Glasses up. Cheers. And with that, it's time to move on to the spotlight. Hey now, let's see.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Best there is, best there was. Spotlight. So, again, if you remember the intro music of the podcast from today, we are talking NWA US Champion number 20 as we continue down this path of the NWA US Champions. I guess until WCW takes over. So we got 2 left, so that will finish out 2019. And happy to announce, I hope I can get this going, barring any technical difficulties or not being able to find things. I will be replacing this segment by putting it at the end of the cast. So I'll be moving things around starting in 2020. It will be the retro half. So it'll consist of All Japan Women, WCW Nitro, 98 forward, and New Japan Pro Wrestling starting in 1990, all the way to the end of the NWO. So that will cover the way New Japan does things, right? Do their major shows. So, I'll look on Cage Match and see what the main matches, main shows are, heading into the various big events, and go through the years like that. I'm very much looking forward to it. I've only seen select matches over the, generation. I know a little bit of the history from what I've read, from, Chono having the NWO rivalry and how that ended. The shoot fighting, but I don't even want to get into the whole Inokiism from 2000 to, what was that, 2000, I guess, 7 is how long that went on to, up until about the Brock Lesnar-Tanahashi era. So I'm going to do 1990, New Japan Pro Wrestling, with, hopefully, I can find one All Japan Pro Wrestling match I can throw in there. So it'll be the New Japan, retro recap, basically. Kind of like what I do with the All Japan Women. Just going through the years of those classics. So, NWA US champion number 20 is Dusty Rhodes, the 36th reign, winning the title off of Lex Luger in a steel cage match at the Starrcade in 1987. I ended up watching the entire 1987 Starrcade show. This was a year after, I believe, 86, which was the Skywalker match, right? So they had another one here. This was headlined by Rod Garvin taking on Ric Flair, of all things, also in a steel cage. So it was a double steel cage, double main event deal. Dusty's reign would go for 141 days from November 26, 1987 to April 15th, 1988, until he got stripped of the title by that asshole Jim Crockett. So besides the 87 match, I actually watched quite a bit of the feud with Kevin Sullivan and his Golden Spike from the early 80s, just to kind of get a tale of two cities of Dusty Rhodes, and it really wasn't, right? So Kevin Sullivan was I know of manager Kevin Sullivan, right? This is kind of like what's his name? Oh no, I forgot his name. I'm blanking on it. Anyways. I know of manager Kevin Sullivan. Never really went back and watched wrestler Kevin Sullivan, and he was really the perfect heel for Dusty Rhodes. I watched this one match as they're building up to, I believe it was a Bash at the Beach match. Could easily be wrong there, but so they're just having a match, and Kevin Sullivan's got his manager on the outside, and just behind the referee's back, just casually, takes the spike from his hand. Manager distracts him, or he hides it, gets Dusty in a headlock, spikes him a couple times, and as he goes to the ground, he, sleight of hand, gives it back to the manager like nothing ever happened. It was great. And Dusty's selling. Of course, he's bleeding. The hair's just turning, crimson. And the crowd's just super behind him. Easily lovable, right? You totally see it. Cut to the late 80s, when it's a feud as Dusty's going for the U.S. title, the only title he's never held, so that was that whole thing, and Lex Luger, the total package, and the J.J. Dillon Horseman, right? And I spoke about Lex Luger on the last cast, how I wasn't a fan, he was very overrated, he's got his 4 moves. Heel Lex Luger's probably the most palpable, just because he could be in there with the crazy baby faces that would carry his ass, and the Starrcade cage match was certainly a lot of that. And it really shows how easy Dusty Rhodes won a crowd over. And it wasn't just his promos, right? Just awesome promo, the common man, this, the plumber, that, the out of shape, blue-collar guy, right? Had his promo. And then he'd wrestle. And you go, the dude could move. Certainly as well as Lex Luger, who looked like he was in 50 times better shape than he was, but Dusty wasn't on steroids. Luger clearly was, right? We know that for a fact. And what we get is Dusty just bumping all over the place. He's bleeding. He's working the crowd. He's dancing. He's shaking his hips. Just a ball of charisma. And you just can't help but smile when you watch this guy wrestle. You can't help but smile when he wins his matches. You can't help but smile when he gets a quick roll-up on Kevin Sullivan, and before the group jumps in the ring to get him, he bounces out of the ring and sits in with the crowd, and the crowd celebrates him drinking beer, right? That's who Dusty Rhodes was as a wrestler. And it really, really makes me question now. Now that I've seen this, and I see Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare, in AEW, right? And he has put himself in this situation where he can never challenge for the title again. And we saw it on AEW when he's facing this jobber, right? And I know the problem with Dusty was he booked himself too much. He booked his buddies too much. He booked the same shit too much over and over again, etc., etc. Cody's now booked himself into never challenging again. So if you watch him, you go, he can never challenge for the title again. I guess he'd go for the tag titles. Okay. Well, what are you going to do for 5 more years of your career? Or however long you might be wrestling. Maybe he's only planning on wrestling for a year or 2. And then retiring? That would make sense. I don't know. Cody has so much of his dad. It's like he's watched every match he's ever been in, and he knows how to play. You know, I don't know. It just shows the kind of guy Dusty Rhodes was. No matter what role he's put in, the crowd loves him. I mean, I will admit, my first exposure to Dusty Rhodes as a kid was Polka Dot WWF Dusty Rhodes, the joke guy who liked to dance, right? But watching NWA Dusty Rhodes, it's not even close. Like, this guy was a star. And the fact, and this is, how many times do we have to see a guy from another company goes to WWF or E, and like, if they're the star in another company, right? They're put. We saw it with Harley Race, saw it with Dusty Rhodes. We see it with every fucking NXT guy ever. I don't know. Dusty Rhodes, one of the all-time greats, without a doubt. I think, is he number 1 U.S. champion? Ooh. He's definitely better than Nikita Koloff, as much as I like Koloff. Oh, that's going to be tough. Harley Race was more of the heavyweight champion. He wasn't the U.S. champion, right? He was the first one, but this is tough, guys. Gonna have to think about it. But yeah. With that, I am now going to be going over with my mom over the Beyond Wrestling Thanksgiving shows, MLW's shows, and AEW from the past couple weeks. And when we come back, it'll be time for the All Japan Women's Classics. Hell yeah. And welcome to another weekly wrestling show, as I get you up for Unconscious.
Wake me out of my Thanksgiving coma.
A couple days after Thanksgiving. Mom, you're here in the island of Rhodes with me.
Yay. Happy to be here.
Yeah, we watched a lot of wrestling last couple days.
We did watch a lot of wrestling.
As in all the stuff we're supposed to watch.
Right.
Yeah.
I finally get to watch it with somebody. It's a lot more fun that way.
Wrestling is more fun with people.
It is more fun with people.
Well, we have Beyond Wrestling Uncharted Territory episodes 8 and 9 to discuss. We have 3 quick MLW shows.
Very quick.
Very quick. And then AEW episode 8 and 9 taking place from Indianapolis and Chicago. Your place of birth.
Yay.
So let's just get started, shall we? As
Shall
Bad
we?
Kitty's running around the apartment causing mischief.
Bad kitty.
Bad Kitty. Awful Kitty.
Terrible kitty. Psycho kitty.
Yeah. So, I'll just run through episode 8 really quick, because episode 9 was...
Please.
Excuse me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So the ongoing story of Chuck O'Neil against Pazuzu, Team Pazuzu, moves on. Dickinson immediately rushed the ring, so it made a big fight. That's something Beyond Wrestling has been doing really well. Their first match is always very fast, gets you right into the moment. The crowd loves it, and it just sets the tone for the whole show, and rarely ever leaves that plateau. It only gets larger until the end. So Chuck O'Neil ends up winning because a distracted Al Roker-looking character comes out. He's it's like this black nerd guy.
Yeah.
You remember him from the next week's show, the one we went to a couple days ago.
Okay.
So Chuck O'Neil's reign of terror continues, and now he has a manager. Team C-Stars defeat Bear Country because Team Tremendous cost him the match. Josh Briggs and Tony Deppen continue show-stealing type performances. Deppen did lose. That was kind of surprising. No Matt Makovsky this week, so no continuing their story from the Discovery Gauntlet. There was a 6-man tag of Alex Reynolds, Sterling, VSK, defeating AG and the Platinum Honeys. Discovery Gauntlet moved on. Gary J faced an indie veteran called Facade. Gary J is the ginger beard dude who looks really goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ended up winning, I guess, since Facade's older and he's putting over a new face for a promotion kind of situation. I'm still not sold on the whole Gary J situation. Tag team match, Nerd or Death Kill defeats Team Tremendous in a match because Bear Country then cost them the match, so stories continued. And that was when Nick Gage and Santel announced on the mic that for the Thanksgiving show, they are going to be joining with Bear Country and Chris Statlander for Team Beyond. That's what we saw in the main event. Yeah, the cat running and jumping behind the TV is quite distracting, isn't it?
Extremely. Was not expecting that.
No.
See? Psycho Cat.
And then the main event you actually watched when you got here. That is Orange Cassidy taking on John Silver, the Meat Man.
Mm-hmm.
So what'd you think of freshly squeezed against Banana John eventually when he came out?
I like the Beyond Wrestling events. I liked it in general. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Well, you saw it on TV, and now you've seen it live.
Yeah.
Well, TV I use loosely.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the internet TV.
All right. But it's a smaller venue, but it's a lot more entertaining. You're part of the show, which is fun.
The fans feel 100% part of the show.
Oh, absolutely.
I
can see that.
Well, the main event of episode 8 was ungodly. It was like everything you like in wrestling, be it comedy and the wrestling itself, and 2 people that the crowd just totally love, right?
Yeah.
And they're just sticking with characters. And so Orange Cassidy's doing his shtick, hands in the pockets, being too cool for school. Mm-hmm. And then John Silver's trying to prevent him from being too cool for school, sticking his hands in Orange Cassidy's pockets. Crowd goes, "You sick fuck."
Right.
Yeah, you remember that. And eventually, John Silver just had enough. He gets out of the ring, goes to the back. Orange Cassidy turns around to the crowd. Well, count him out.
Yeah, that's it. Done.
And then John Silver comes back as Banana John, the bad guy. Too cool for school persona. And now he's got aviators. He's got a denim jacket. Oh, it's on. So now they're going 50-50. Hand both their sunglasses to the ref. And then it's on. It's all wrestling from there. And that was when all the action took place. And we got the amazing spot at the end of Silver not letting Orange Cassidy juice up, drinking the orange juice. He took it himself and chugged the whole thing. Right. Orange Cassidy's face was priceless. He's like,
yeah, that was entertaining.
Yeah. And Orange Cassidy ends up winning off the revival pin. That was that wild.
I like that Orange Cassidy can actually fight without his hands.
He can fight with his hands in his pockets?
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool. That's hard to do.
Well, you got to have some sort of athleticism for it and balance. Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, did you like the comedy? Did you like the action at the end? Like, what'd you think of the whole battle of characters in the ring?
I always like the wrestling part. I'm not the drinking the Kool-Aid kind of thing, just like stupid.
You're not a big comedy wrestler?
But that was stupid.
You didn't like juicing up?
No, that was just stupid. Like, really? He's going to drink that and instantly become, like, Wile E. Coyote or something?
Well, yeah, the orange juice has special properties to it.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it has special properties.
You juice up.
Right.
People in the 80s used to juice up. It was steroids, but they juiced up. He's juicing up using actual juice.
Uh-huh.
That's the shtick.
Got it.
He's freshly squeezed, too.
Oh.
Yeah.
How would you know that?
Well, that's just a fact. Everyone knows that. And then and then the following week, we went to the Thanksgiving show together. Yay! We brought signs. We brought streamers. We were the only ones with signs. The only one with streamers. But we brought enough to pass out to the whole crowd, which sucked because when we threw them at Jake Parnell, the Warhorse, the independent wrestling champion, the feed apparently cut out, so we can't watch ourselves back throw the streamers.
We don't get a replay on ourselves.
No redos. Although,
no redos.
Although pictures, there was a fan cell phone video you could see with sort of some streamers coming in. You see Nick Gage get pissed off because the streamers came, and I guess one fan hit him in the back.
Oh. Well, and then Chris
Statlander
was walking around the ring with one of the streamers in her mouth.
Yeah, so
which was pretty entertaining.
That
was pretty funny.
Yeah, someone got like a picture compilation. I'll show you.
Oh.
And
that's
she
funny.
posted online.
Oh, funny.
And she says, "I'm still new to Earth. Everything is a learning process."
That was her?
Yeah.
That's what she put?
That's her Twitter right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's what she did.
Oh, funny.
Yeah, it was quite funny. What she did there. That's part of her character. She's an alien. Well, it was fun. We had they would kick the streamers out of the ring, so obviously you don't throw a whole roll, right?
Right.
In just that little bit. So a lot of people got the streamer back and threw it for Chris Statlander.
Right.
Afterwards, so that was fun.
Yeah.
And I get it was a lot of elimination matches. We saw Chuck O'Neil take on Danhausen. What'd you think of Danhausen? He's a goofball. He's the guy with all the face paint. No Swearhausen.
Oh. Not much going on with that guy.
You don't like the character?
Well, the character is okay. But he's not much of a wrestler.
No, he's got a lot to learn in that.
Yeah.
You didn't get to hear the tequila song dance. It was cut off like right away.
Yeah.
Because he gets on the apron, he goes, "Play my music," and then the tequila song comes on. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And Chuck O'Neil's not having that.
Yeah, and of course he lost.
Danhausen, oh yeah, he lost.
Yeah.
That was expected.
He's a loser.
He should have lost. He is a loser.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's a fun loser.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's kind of like Jungle Boy.
Jungle Boy loses a lot. That is a fact. He does lose a lot. Danhausen is not as handsome as Jungle Boy, though.
I bet he's more handsome.
You think Danhausen's more handsome?
I bet he is.
Without the face paint? No, now you're just talking weird.
Well, I want
There's no way.
I want to see him without his face paint.
Nah.
Yeah.
No, that's his actual face. There's no way that's him.
Moving on.
But what'd you think of the main event? Let's just skip right to that, because the rest of the show was there. I mean, it was fun. There was a Solo Darlene, and you liked her in the dark match.
Yeah.
Little girl. You liked the women's match.
I did. Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was an ouch moment on that. Mm-hmm.
So the main event. I was trying to remember the ouch moment, but I just can't remember. What'd you think? It was Independent All-Stars against Team Beyond. Team Beyond, Bear Country, Nerder Death Chris against the team of Matt Justice, Warhorse, Violence is Forever, so Greenie's on that, from MLW, the judo guy.
Right.
And one called Manders, the cowboy, not from the South, he's from Iowa.
He's the Iowa cowboy.
He's the Iowa cowboy. I didn't know an Iowa cowboy is a thing.
Well, you're in the Midwest. You have, you go out in the country. It's country.
It's not country, it's corn.
It's country. It's anything to do with farming is cowboy shit.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm gonna have to consult Google on that.
It's cowboy shit.
I gotta check the math.
Right. But you're out in the country, and so you're doing, cowboy shit.
Well, he's
Considered cowboy shit.
Well, what'd you think of the show? What'd you think of the
I enjoyed the show. It was awesome.
They brought a big tall wooden ladder at one point out.
Yeah,
Matt Justice
cool.
jumped off the ladder onto everybody. I got a good picture of that one I posted online.
You did. Yeah.
I was getting a Heineken during that, and I was like, "What you doing back there?" And he goes, "I'm okay." I go, okay. And he just comes back with a big 20-foot wooden ladder. Like, oh. He jumps off it, and then they put it away.
Boom.
Yeah.
They were all hurting till he got up on the ladder, and then they were standing up, and they were able to get annihilated.
But so Thanksgiving has a lot of elimination matches. That's like the wrestling tradition that's been sent after so long. So it was an elimination match. It came down, people went out one by one. It came down to Chris Statlander, which is really cool, versus Warhorse and Manders on the other side. So here I was thinking as a fan, Chris Statlander's for the home team, right? She's gonna come back from the 2-on-1,
right,
and win. Well, as a matter of fact, 2-on-1 is a handicap, and it's too much. And Warhorse pinned her. But the very cool moments in the match was definitely when it was the standoff between Statlander and Warhorse.
Yeah.
Everyone went crazy for that. That's a match everyone wants to see. It was a fantastic 1v1 battle. And then after the match, Warhorse gets on the mic, and he gets in his Ultimate Warrior-esque persona. He goes, Eric Stevens, David Starr, well, talking a bunch of shit when I'm not here. That doesn't rule ass. So he challenged them both. He's going to be in Beyond seemingly more often for the rest of the year, because I guess a lot of other independent promotions aren't running in December.
Right.
But Beyond is for the next couple ones. And we got our tickets for Heavy Lies the Crown, because you're coming back for Christmas.
Yeah.
So we're going to the season finale. And we got our tickets for the Heavy Lies the Crown, the New Year's Eve show, with the Bring Your Weapons match and everything. And as we found out, Manders turns on Warhorse after the match. So he's putting his big 10-gallon hat into the championship pool.
Right.
So I thought that was a really cool turn. Your teammates, you're all getting along.
Right.
And as soon as the match was over, we're back to business, right?
Right.
Yeah. because before this he was a good guy, Manders.
Okay.
So that was his bad guy turn.
Okay.
And his turn going for the title. I thought that was a good story.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, and it got me to care about Manders more, and I think the big moment was after the show when you went around with the I Love Beyond sign that we made, with the other side saying cowboy shit.
Right.
And basically everybody there, well, at least the independent guys there, not the Beyond guys, which I thought was interesting. So, like, Briggs and Green. Well, no, you got Green, but Briggs, what's his face? Nick Gage. A lot of those regular Beyond wrestlers weren't at the tables, but everyone else was that was on the show. But you got all their signatures, got a bunch of pictures with them.
Yep.
So who's your favorite at the end of it all?
Iowa guy.
Manders?
Well, I like Manders and I like Warhorse. I like those two dudes.
Yeah, you got a signed picture from Warhorse.
I did.
The champion.
Yeah.
That was a good picture. This rules ass and I Love Beyond. Got a cool picture with him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm a big Warhorse fan. I actually saw...
Yeah, I like him.
So I saw, for the first... He was going by Warhorse Jake Parnell.
Okay.
This was back in, I think it was February, at a show called Lethal Lottery.
Okay. So
he came in, he was a champion from a promotion out in Indiana. And he came in, he's the champion, he was through that, and he stuck out to me then. So I go, I'm going to watch this Jake Parnell guy. And then over the course of this year, he's dropped Jake Parnell, and now he's just Warhorse. And he's just taken that character way over the top.
Yeah,
like,
in a good way.
Yeah, in a great way. And he's all, like, people love him on Twitter. He does, it's like positive Ultimate Warrior. It's really funny. Yeah, that's who he reminds me of, the Ultimate Warrior. Yeah. He's taken a different kind of thing with that kind of that just always intense with the war paint attitude. It's great. And he's better, and he's much more fun to watch in the ring. Ultimate Warrior was just press the guy and then slam him.
I liked Ultimate Warrior.
So that was good. So that was Beyond Wrestling. Looking forward to going back.
I am looking forward to going back. The only thing I wish they had, for the wrestlers themselves, is mats around the ring, because when we heard the one guy hit his head,
there was a couple splats on the wood.
Oh my god, that was that was head damage.
Well, we saw when we went to
he really hit hard.
Yeah, when we went to I think it was the Evolve show. No, you weren't there at that one. No, this was Beyond. Yeah, I've seen a guy just splat his face on a couple of times. Yeah, I mean,
to protect them, there should be something just with the mats, or even if you have those mats that you for bartenders and stuff, around the bar, something to protect the wrestler.
Well, we were discussing, because there's that whole section in between the people that sit.
Yeah.
And where people don't stand around the ring.
Right.
What they do in Germany is, if they're ever going to do dives and stuff out of the ring, they only do it on that one side where the mats are.
Okay.
Occasionally they'll do a dive or something on other parts, but it's not like the face dives. But, right? It's a much...
But even when you look at MLW and, these guys are flying into nothing but, a hard-ass floor and chairs and shit like that. But being on a smaller venue, and, these guys, I'm sure they don't make all that much money, with their performance and stuff. And it's just something that I feel they should be protected. As MLW and AEW, should they get paid a lot more? I'm assuming, and they can afford the injuries, where our independents don't get that, and they should be protected. Just my thought.
Well, David Starr is one of those guys that think independent wrestlers and wrestlers in general need to have a union, representation within the companies. part of your contract with the wrestling promotion is to have insurance instead of just like it should be a thing, not just the goodwill that you hope the promotion will have your back, because you could go somewhere and someone just be like, we can't afford your damages, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, all right, let's move on to MLW, because that was a thing.
That was a thing.
That was a thing. Let me get the drop out. Here we go. All right. MLW Fusion. Let's see. We got 85, 84, 85 in the Thanksgiving show. So let's just run through these as quick as possible, because I don't know. Did you feel the last... I mean, there was a really fun match on 85, but did you feel 84 through the Thanksgiving show, there was something missing?
Like what? Missing like what?
It just feels like the stories, they're with all the titles, with the middleweight with Myron Reed. Mm-hmm. We didn't see any progression there. We didn't see anything with Hammerstone other than Douglas James. Mm-hmm. That was just a quick little 2-week thing. Mm-hmm. We're not seeing a long-term thing being built. We did see at the end of the Thanksgiving show a big turn. We'll get to that. Do you think it's too much around the Von Erichs? And I don't know. Something's not clicking with me right now. Because I guess I got so used to all the luchadors from Mexico and all them coming in.
Well, and that's what they're building. I mean, you look at their promotion going on right now is the Mexican luchadors coming in for more into the wrestling.
They struck another deal with AAA. I don't know where that leads the Crash. That's the other promotion they had to deal with. Maybe the Crash deal ended. It was only for that period of time.
Well, and let's think about the time of year too. So we're winding down with the year. They're probably going to have some, main event coming up. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year, into the New Year. There's going to be a kickoff thing going on with that. I'm thinking that MJF doing his thing now with AEW, leaving Dynasty.
That seems to be inevitable. You can kind of feel something is going on there.
Yeah, because I mean, and that's been going on, for the past month now. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, MJF is out. There's a lot of changes going on. Not Moxley. What's the guy with the cauliflower ears?
Guarini?
No, he annihilated
Tom Lawler?
Tom Lawler, yeah. So supposedly he re-signed with MLW.
Yeah, he
So and he with him resigning, that's going to change some things coming up too. That's my opinion.
I do miss him in the world title scene, because that's something we haven't seen in MLW since the promotion has started up again. Is once someone wins the title and loses it, it's a new guy coming in. You don't ever see that guy go for the title again. Whether that's guys coming in and out of the promotion. But this is, between him and Loki, they're the first couple guys to just stay who's world champions. We haven't seen much from Loki lately. But let's get going here. Ikuro Kwan with Samael versus Marshall Von Erich. Standard. Von Erich wins via DQ once jumped by Samael after the Iron Claw attempt. We get recurring Dynasty promos. Dynasty segments of Hammerstone and Holiday. Hammerstone's teasing. This is until the Thanksgiving show.
Right.
He teases twice, once on the show, once on another, and I think there was another segment at some point.
Right.
Hammerstone teasing a big gift, the biggest ever.
Right. Dun, 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 dun.
And they throw in some jokes there, like, even though it's November, he's out tanning. They're building towards the Opera Cup, which has Pillman against TJP and Hammerstone against MJF on one side. So that's interesting. I think that's the big turn. Is for the Opera Cup. Already mentioned Douglas James getting the best of Hammerstone in a tag match. That led to a pretty boring singles match for the title. The next week, that's on 85, I think, or was it the Thanksgiving show? Who cares?
Who cares at this point?
You know what? We did get a lot of repeat segments now I think of it. Because Contra sends message, Von Erichs has their thing, Lawler trying to hype him up. So I guess they were secretly building towards that. The Von Erichs getting all the spotlight.
Right.
With Contra and Lawler getting... So I guess you can put 2 and 2 together there.
Yeah.
Davey Boy Smith Jr. versus Tom Lawler. It was good. It was just really long. You remember that match?
Yeah.
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 That ends with... So, hindsight, now that we've seen what happened with Tom Lawler, this is the match where they have this bit. They're exchanging the slaps to the face and the punches to the midsection, and then Lawler goes for a strike, and
Right.
it seems to get Davey Boy Smith Jr. in the eyes, like he got poked in the eyes,
Right.
and that directly led to a finish, right, where Lawler pinned him. So the commentary is like, was that on purpose? Was it just in the moment? I think now we think it was on purpose. It was a tease in the match that, he was being a bad guy, right? He did cut the promo after the match. He can go anywhere. He's going to be a major player. He drops WWE, drops New Japan, and everyone boos, and because they're an MLW.
Right.
Yeah. That was 84. 85, we saw the first match of the women's division. Priscilla Kelly as Spider Lady.
Which was so stupid.
It was bad.
That was so stupid.
Yeah, it was a match
That
against...
was so bad.
It was a match against Zeta Zhang.
And as it turns out, who's Spider Lady?
Well, Spider Lady's Priscilla Kelly.
Yeah.
She immediately takes off her mask once she got DQ'd. Wouldn't break a mandible claw. Kind of had Zeta foaming at the mouth. I thought that was a good touch. They're really trying to get it over as Priscilla's this crazy lady, right? They really tried, but it wasn't good.
No.
It was a bad match.
Yeah.
Felt flat.
Yeah. It was very flat.
It was just go out there and try this thing.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
And she cuts a promo later about getting into the minds of
Blah,
all
blah,
the women,
blah.
but we only know her and the other one. It's like, okay.
What other women?
Exactly. Like, are there Zelina De La Renta, who we haven't seen ever since getting speared through a table?
Right.
But they did tease at the end of the Thanksgiving show she will be back. So it took a month recovery.
Apparently her back really hurt her.
Oh. Getting speared by a 270-pound Mexican through a table?
I would imagine you'd be hurting.
I'd be hurting for a month, too.
Yeah.
She's... You know what? I'd be hurting for 2 months. She's coming back half that time. She's the real hero.
Right.
But 85 had the Falls Count Anywhere match between Mance Warner and Jimmy Havoc. Where
Oh, God, that was just so...
What?
Driving off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? What's the problem?
And then go wrestle in somebody's apartment?
Yeah, it was Jimmy Havoc's apartment.
Sure it was.
Yeah, it was. Well, commentary was like, that doesn't seem like what I'd picture Jimmy Havoc's apartment to look like.
It still had boxes. Maybe he just moved in.
Well, maybe he moved in just a couple months ago from England.
That boy has some serious scars on his head. Havoc does.
Yeah, well, he's a hardcore guy.
Yeah, he's seriously deranged, damaged.
I love that. I love this match. It was the only reason why I was watching that show.
It was pretty funny.
It was super funny.
It was very entertaining.
Oh, that's for sure.
With the guy in his camo outfit, and he's the driver drinking moonshine.
Yeah. I like how it started in the ring, and then when Mance Warner was like getting the best of him, Havoc had had enough. He's like, fuck this, and he tries to run away. He ganks someone's car.
Right.
You see the guy go, "That's my fucking car! What the hell?" He drives off, and Mance Warner gets like the moonshine Uber driver or whatever he was. He grabs the ref, throws him in the backseat. "Yeah, you're coming with me, boy. Let's go." He goes, "Follow that." You know, he does the whole "follow that car."
Right.
Situation is great. The more the show passes, and they end up at Jimmy Havoc's apartment. They're hitting each other with cookie sheets, and eventually a frying pan comes out. You hear the big ding.
Bam.
And then they're on the couch, and Mance Warner looks over, and there's the frying pan. He just looks at Havoc, looks at the frying pan, grabs it, whack! And you hear it just slap right on Havoc. It was great. They go fight they get back in the cars, go to Full Sail, which is where WWE NXT films.
Oh, okay.
So Mance Warner goes, "Where the hell are we?" He goes, "Oh, that's that." The commentary's going, "That's Full Sail," and the driver goes, they do some weird TV production there." I go, that's a strange place for TV. And they fight in the parking lot a bit, throw the moonshine in Jimmy Havoc's face. Gets him in the Uber driver's car. Jimmy Havoc's, "This is kidnapping!"
You're right.
They get back to the arena, gets rolled up. Mance Warner wins, and then Jimmy Havoc forks him a bunch of times.
Yeah, that didn't look very painful. Ouch.
Yeah. Well, there's even a moment before the roll-up when they get back where Havoc's stapling dollar bills. Fans are handing him dollar bills, and he staples them to his face, and you see Havoc playing to the crowd. But no, I think you missed it, because you see Warner rip the money off his face, and then he puts it in his trunks.
Right. Well, he does that all the time. He keeps the money. Why wouldn't you? You're going to staple it to my head? I'm not going to keep it? Hell yeah, I'm going to keep every bit of money that's stapled to me.
Yeah.
I'm surprised people aren't letting him staple, $10, $20. Come on now.
Give him some real money.
Yeah, give him some real money to work
what
with.
I always try to do is, if I have a couple dollars in my wallet,
I'll
for the best match of the night, I'll throw like $1 in the ring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're a big spender.
I'm a big
too.
spender, you know.
Yeah.
That's something.
Hey, here's $1.
Here's $1. Thanks for killing each other.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Well, Thanksgiving show was the streamers and the signs, so that was my contribution as a fan.
And you spent more than $1.
I did spend $1. I spent $13.
Yeah.
Ooh. Thanksgiving show, we saw your boys Injustice in the survival match win against Gringo Loco and Zenshi.
No surprise.
Why is this no surprise?
Because they're Injustice. It's my love-hate relationship with them. I'm glad they won. They deserve to win.
Yeah. They're looking better.
They're looking a lot better. They're actually showing some shit now. Some wrestling shit.
Not cowboy shit, though.
No cowboy shit. No. Just some wrestling growing up. They're getting older.
They're getting older.
As we speak.
Okay. We're seeing them grow.
We're seeing them grow. Can you hear it?
Yeah. And we pretty much mentioned everything that happened in between all that. There was more Priscilla Kelly stuff, and there was that really boring match, Hammerstone and Douglas James, and the main event, Ross Von Erich. It's important to note that Marshall Von Erich was taken out before the match, so Ross had to take his place.
What happened to Marshall?
He got taken out backstage, like
with his knee, right?
Yeah, with
some knee shit.
Yeah, in the previous episode, and he said he's like, I felt something in my knee pop, so he's out.
I call BS on that one.
No, I think Tom Lawler jumped him. So Ross takes his place.
But they don't show that.
No, I think. So we'll get to that in a second here. So Ross takes his place. The crowd is dead against Jacob Fatu. Crowd doesn't care. It's boring. We were bored.
Well, it was an automatic win.
Like, we didn't believe for a second Ross Von Erich was going to beat Jacob Fatu.
It was just a total mismatch.
It was a weak champion. Or weak challenger.
Yeah.
With a match that we didn't really want to see in the first place.
Right.
But at least
if it would have been Marshall, it still wouldn't have been.
Well, exactly.
All that.
But at least they tried to make a big story out of it, and it turns out that the story told at the end made it really interesting. So both guys are down. Ref is down. Samael's down. Lawler gets in the ring. He picks up the chair. And he's just about to do a big baseball swing at Fatu because him and Ross are getting... Fatu and Ross are getting up at the same time.
He had no intention of swinging that chair at Fatu.
Yeah, he did.
No way. I could see it in Lawler's face. He had no intention of Fatu.
Oh, come now.
Fatu wasn't even near.
Lawler was winding up. He was going to take like a big step forward and crack Fatu, but instead instead of taking that step, he just did the follow through and turns and whacks Ross Von Erich in the face. It was a brutal shot.
He had every intention. Lawler's a dick.
So he goes, fuck Contra, looks at Samael, looks at the camera, fuck Von Erichs, and walks away.
That's why I'm saying.
Well, that's
he
why
had
it was
every intention.
It was a good turn.
Yeah, he had every intention of hitting Von Erich.
So he doesn't like the big he doesn't like the big heel group. He doesn't like the baby faces Von Erichs were, I guess, stealing his spotlight. They were getting all the title matches while Lawler's off to the wayside. Right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
He was the one that wanted the War Chamber hype. He was the one that did all that. Who won that match? Marshall Von Erich. With the Iron Claw.
Yeah.
Tom Lawler didn't get the spotlight. I like it.
And you're trying to tell me that Lawler really wanted to hit Fatu?
That was the tease for the audience.
Oh, I didn't see it at all.
Oh, come on. When it was all said and done, you're like, oh, okay, that all makes sense. You could put all the pieces together.
You said that. I didn't.
I thought he was going to hit Fatu.
Oh, I didn't see that at all.
Was,
I knew he was going to hit Von Erich.
I think you're full of shit. Just because you were right about Injustice of all people, now you're like, I see it all coming.
I know.
I'm a wrestling genius. I know all the booking.
I know who's going to win and who's not.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I can call all of those.
So we got the big Lawler turn. Contra's running roughshot. Zelina's coming back. I think to finish out the year, MLW is going to go strong.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're gonna go out with a bang.
All right, let's get on.
Kick off the new year. Well,
let's get on to AEW, shall we?
Shall we?
Okay. Kenny Omega, where are you at? You have to pee? Well, go pee. I'll start the show off. Okay. Sound good?
No.
The one-winged angel screams. It fuels my hopes and dreams. The best ever.
Yes. All right. AEW, as my mom is taking a quick bathroom break, I'll just continue us going. So AEW Episode 8, November 20th in the year 2019 from Indianapolis. We're building towards Chicago. Their big show they've been building up. Almost like a pay-per-view is what it was kind of being built up for. AEW, I've seen a lot of people complain about the women's division booking, the way quote-unquote stars aren't being made, i.e. Kenny Omega's being Kenny Omega, Cody lost the title, but I listened to an interview of Omega on Wrestling Observer Radio, and he spoke specifically that the women, a lot of their contracts aren't really up until 2020, so 2020 is when a lot of the women will be coming to AEW. So that, I'm very confident that they're building the division slow and they're not forcing it on us. But let's get on to the show. The first match, we kind of sped through this show. At least you did, Mother. We watched Rey Fenix take on Nick Jackson in a singles match. I love this match. It was awesome, flippy, action festive Super Lucha. I call it Super Lucha.
Ooh, I like that name.
Did you like the Super Lucha match?
Super Lucha.
It's basically, I hit a move, you hit a move, I hit a move, I hit a move. You counter, you counter. It just goes on that for like 12 minutes. It was just, and no commercials, I might add.
Right?
No commercials. How do they do that?
I don't know.
Oh, how do you have a whole wrestling match without a commercial? Oh my God, unheard of.
Unheard of.
It's impossible.
Well, you can't do that on regular programming.
Well, they did. I don't know how they did it.
It's TNT.
Oh.
That's the difference.
Are you saying TNT's better?
Yeah.
Oh, I think so.
I gotta say it.
So this was nonstop action. I loved it. It was my favorite match of the past couple weeks.
Excellent.
Did you like it?
I liked it.
You liked it too?
I liked it.
What'd you think of them in the singles matches? Because you've only seen them in tag matches up to this point.
Well, there's a thing about, if you're pretty much doing teams, and then you have to be a single, now you're really showing what you really can do. That's
very true. Because now it's one-on-one. It's a bigger chance to be exposed of your flaws.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, I'm a big advocate for tag wrestling, especially when you're just starting out and you're young.
Yeah.
Because in tag team wrestling, yes, you have someone else helping you in the ring.
Right.
You have more people. You have more to learn from, more different styles to interact with.
Right.
And it builds you up to getting to these long 12-plus minute matches by yourself. Mm-hmm. But the last time, it's been 4 years since Nick Jackson had a singles match.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a long time.
Yeah, because he's always in tag team matches.
Yeah.
It's just what he does. He's a tag team specialist. So this was a really cool showing from Nick Jackson. Hikaru Shida defeats Britt Baker in a battle of the top-ranked females, respectively. Number 1 and number 2. Britt Baker was number 1.
Yeah, and so you go right through that. I don't even get to watch it because you said, "Oh, you don't like female wrestlers.
You don't like women's wrestling."
And so,
so here's the thing.
I didn't even get to watch it.
If you want to, you can go back and watch it. We had so much to watch. We had the next AEW show. You came in. I had to go bowling and kick ass there. And
Sure thing.
Come on, drink a bunch of Guinness and throw a 249 game.
Right. There you go.
Have a horrible black and tan with apple cider or some shit, whatever that was.
Old Angry Orchard?
I don't know what it was. It was bad.
It's the worst black and tan I ever had.
It was hard. I drank that in 2 seconds. Give me a good beer.
That's a black and shit drink is what it was.
Yeah. If you really want to watch the Hikaru Shida match, we can...
I'm okay.
Okay.
I watched it on the next one. We watched the female.
Yeah, you watched the tag match, which was, I think, a better match anyways.
Okay.
I like what they're doing with the rankings. If they're going to have a singles match, they make a big deal out of, I want to get to the top, right?
Yeah.
Of the, let's sports terms, conference, right?
Yeah.
The higher ranked opponents I beat, the higher I will climb, right? And there's still the record to take into account. So you see at the bottom of the rankings, 4 or 5, you got Nyla Rose and I think it was Allie. They have losing singles records and kind of their 500 in overall. It's kind of like when you look at the NBA and NHL standings, your 7 and 8 seed have sub 500 records sometimes. Yeah. So they're they're bottom of the rankings, right?
Yeah.
They're in contention, but they're at the bottom.
Right.
Right. I saw a lot of people complaining about that. They're like, this women's division's such shit. Look at their number 4 and 5 ranked people. They're losers. Right? And I go, well, I could say the same thing about the Miami Heat. I'm just throwing a name out there.
Sure.
They're 7 and 9 and they're making the playoffs if it ended right now.
Sounds like the Texans, actually.
Well, that's the Houston Texans, yeah. They have a losing record, they're going to win their division or something. Something stupid like that.
That's pure entertainment.
We did watch the Dark Order Cultist video.
Okay.
So that's when this fat, neck-bearded dudes in a subway, proud and powerful, come on. They bump into him, step on his glasses. He's all sad. He gets in the subway train, and then a video comes on. And he's holding up his crushed glasses like this. He's trying to see, because they're all broken. And it's an evangelist. A video's playing. It's got hot hot boys, sexy women at the beach. They're all smiling. They're all in suits. They're spending money.
That's an angelic moment. Is that what you were thinking?
Maybe.
Evangelist is something entirely different.
Well, they're preaching a false narrative kind of situation. So he's going, stop being a loser, become a winner, right? Join Dark Order,
right?
Right. Oh yeah, and then there's those flashes of them in black masks and everything, the subliminal messages,
right?
So I loved it.
Yeah.
You know, because the previous week we saw the match against Marco Stunt and Jungle Boy, and he offered the mask to Marco Stunt.
Right.
So it's playing off that.
Right.
It's so good.
Right.
That's kind of like watching Castle Rock, where you're teased something, you don't know why.
Right.
And then later,
right,
it backtracks and it puts the story together.
Right.
You know, it's a different storytelling method as opposed to just making it linear.
Yep.
You're kind of going back and forth and connecting.
Yeah.
So I loved it. I love the Dark Order. You're a fan of the Dark Order.
I am a fan of the Dark Order.
So this got me thinking.
Well, that's dangerous.
They made a very big precedent on don't be a loser, be a winner. And we just saw Hangman Page quit the Elite, or temporarily leave, because he's tired of being the biggest loser in the Elite. He needs to go off on his own and prove he's a winner.
Right.
Right? What I don't like is they did this on... So, the Young Bucks and all them, they have a YouTube channel called Being the Elite.
Okay.
Ever heard of it?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And that's where they had a backstage segment where the Young Bucks are talking with Kenny Omega, saying, dude, you've been acting weird lately ever since we started this TV show, and Kenny's being all strange, and it's like, oh, I got a title, I can get Moxley, I can beat him at his own game. And then Page comes in, he goes, I'm tired of being the biggest loser, and he leaves, so that leaves the Young Bucks high and dry, right? So they got two guys kind of going off on their own, doing their thing, because they've been losers.
Right.
Problem is, that was on BTE. Why didn't they show a clip of that on TV for you to see?
Right.
Right? Why are you guys making, like, you and I go out of our way to try to fill the story ourselves?
Right.
That's not
how to tell a story.
Exactly. Okay. But anyways, Hangman Page is not, I think he's going to join the Dark Order. Or, because the Dark Order's Canadian, Kenny joins the Dark Order.
Ooh.
Or both. They break off from, because there's a lot of people in the Elite. You know, you got Diamond Dallas Page, you got Cody kind of struggling, you got the Young Bucks, Dustin. You know, there's a group in itself right there.
I think if they're in the Dark Order, they would probably do well.
I would love that.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening, but it would be cool. So, well, I see. You think that the Dark Order is leading up to somebody coming in.
Absolutely.
Sure, and that would make sense for Omega and Page to go there.
Yeah, but who, you know, so I'm just thinking, now I'm thinking, like, oh, who's been losing a lot?
Right.
And because Jungle Boy's also been losing a lot.
I can't see Dark Order going with Jungle Boy, though he did offer him the mask.
Well, he offered Marco the mask.
Yeah.
The even smaller guy.
Yeah, that's my point.
We got the Dynamite Dozen Battle Royal. We did watch that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, see, I called the winner on that one too.
Well, it came down. So the contestants were Paige, MJF, Billy Gunn, Chuck Taylor, Jimmy Havoc, Joey Janela, Jungle Boy, Kip Sabian, Marco Stunt, Orange Cassidy, Pentagon Jr., and Sonny Kiss. It was a quick little 10-minute battle royal. A lot of fun battle royal type spots. You remember last week when
it was fast.
It was fast.
It was fast.
They didn't putz around.
No. They went straight to the point. They were eliminating them left and right.
Do you have a favorite battle royal moment?
Not really.
Not really?
No. You could remind me of the battle moments.
Okay, I'll tell you my low-key favorite moment. And it was before it even started. Do you remember at Full Gear when, after the tag title match, the lights went out and then there was the second Pentagon in the ring? Mm-hmm. And he ripped the mask off and turned out to be Christopher Daniels? Mm-hmm. Well, before this started, Phoenix, quote unquote, Phoenix comes out, and he's in Pentagon's corner for the Battle Royal. Then the bell rings, and he taps him on the shoulder, rips the mask off. It's Daniels again. Mm-hmm. And then he distracts him. Pentagon is the first to get thrown out. So, there you go. I was really worried that they weren't going to continue the Daniels versus Pentagon thing. And lo and behold,
there they are.
There it is. I was so happy.
All right.
Because that's a feud I want to see.
Right.
There's a story there. They've teased it, and they're continuing it.
Okay.
It's good stuff. So it basically came down to...
Better than Le Champion?
Oh, I don't know. Le Champion is, he's a draw. So it comes down to Sabian, Jungle Boy, MJF, or whom we think MJF was taken out, and Rhinestone Cowboy, Adam Page.
Yeah.
Kip Sabian's on the apron. He just did he eliminated somebody. Jungle Boy does a running Hurricane Rana over the rope and gets him out. So he's standing on the apron. It looks like Jungle Boy and Page won, and then MJF, who was never eliminated, pops up out of nowhere, rips him off. So because they're the last two, the next week, they're going to face off for the Diamond Ring. The big, like, Super Bowl NBA championship type ring that's, like, all diamond. It's got black and AEW on it. It's a pretty sick-looking ring. It's huge. $45,000 in value.
Right.
Over 16 carats, they said on commentary. The most expensive ring in sports.
Sure it is. I don't think that's true.
I think it's absolutely true.
I don't think so.
Absolutely. 100%.
Not buying it.
Not buying it?
Nah.
What do you do you think it should be a title, or do you like the ring idea?
Well, let's see. Well, the ring isn't a title, but, you're trying to win the ring. So, it's just a different thing, I guess.
I agree with that.
It's just a different thing.
So
to chase after.
Yes.
Right?
So, I was thinking about it, because it's different, right?
Right.
What is AEW trying to do? Be different.
Right.
Break
that mold.
Cut molds, break conditioned mentalities, right?
Yeah.
Like, who says that
it always has to be a belt?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who says it always has to be a belt? Who says it always has to be, like, if you're going to have not the main title, the other thing that you're going for is less value, right?
Right.
This way, you're fighting for a ring that's incredibly expensive. It's prestigious. It's the only one of its kind, right? It's not a title, so you're not automatically conditioned to think it's not as important, right? Now it's just this...
Well, or that's because you have the world champion, you have middleweight, you have, those different... It's not pigeonholed into
weight classes or anything.
Right.
Exactly. So I want this ring to be... Like, imagine this, the Dark Order, they're going, we must have this ring. It has powers.
Right.
We could take over AEW with it. Minions, get that ring. And you have...
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, I was thinking of that.
Write stories.
or since...
You need to apply at AEW.
I'll just cut to what happened on the Thanksgiving episode. Paige and MJF cut that. MJF being like, oh, I'm so awesome and great. Of course I want the expensive ring. It would just look great on me. And then you have Paige going, I'm not really a ring guy, but I want to shove it up your ass.
Right.
Right? Now, imagine that Paige, now that he's lost, just a little cut there. We'll get to the match in a little bit later. But now that he's lost that, now let's say he's obsessed with the ring.
Right.
Because MJF got the better of him.
Right.
I must have the precious.
Right.
I must have this ring. It has eluded me. Oh, he becomes this obsessed, like, Lord of the Rings character.
Right.
There's, or you have an up-and-coming guy who's like, broke, and he's like, oh, I spend too much money. If I get that ring, I could sell it. Something. There's so many different things you could do with it.
Yeah.
Or I hate this guy. What does he like? He likes that ring so much. I just want to take it from him.
Right. Yeah, you could do a lot with the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Because it's new.
It is new.
It's new.
I love the idea of the ring.
Yeah.
I really want it to work.
We'll see.
I see a lot of people not
getting it.
Like they're not into it because they want
the ring.
They're not embracing the ring. You need to see.
You need to see and feel the power of the ring and what it can do.
It can
all.
It can grant you a great future.
Just greatness.
Yes.
It can grant you greatness.
It will take you to levels that you've never thought you've reached before. Well, it's a lot of conditioning. You think it automatically should be a title kind of situation, and
doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. That's the idea.
Doesn't have to be.
Did you like MJF and Paige being the last two? I did.
Yeah.
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 I thought it made sense.
Yeah.
Luchasaurus squashes Peter Avalon in 2 seconds. Yeah, okay.
Wink.
Jericho has a big announcement. There will be a Thanksgiving thank you celebration from and for Le Champion.
You thought it was lame. You thought that the Thanksgiving part was lame.
No. So this is his announcement of it, and he comes out because Scorpio Sky beat him the previous week.
Right.
And he had the temper tantrum. He's like, that attitude is not indicative of Le Champion.
Right.
I'm he can't say sorry.
Yeah.
So that's actually straight out of Happy Days with Fonzie.
Right.
Where he can't say sorry.
Yep.
So then we finally hear Jake Hagar speak, and he's the one that says sorry for Jericho.
Right.
So he's talking mid-sentence, and I just want you all to know that I'm so very
sorry.
And you will never see that attitude again. So again,
sorry.
I liked it. It was simple. They get the ring announcer in. They bully him around. There's an actual apology or a thank you from AEW, and then they beat up the ring announcer.
Yeah.
They're bullies.
What is that?
Inner Circle is bullies.
That? Yeah, they are bullies.
Yeah. I did like SCU in the band gear.
Yeah, that was fun.
The next show, but anyways, Sky comes out with SCU right before he's about to leave, and they have this like Bugs Bunny Daffy Duck back and forth.
Yeah.
Where they're trying to get Jericho to give him a title match.
Right.
Right, because he won't give it to him.
Right.
But Jericho's mad because his perfect record's now. He's got a blemish on it. It's
right.
like, I gotta get my win back. So then Sky goes, oh, it's been great ever since, I'm probably out of order here, but whatever.
I think so.
Yeah. Sky goes, oh, it's been so great ever since that win. I've been having the time of my life. I've been partying. My DMs have been blowing up. My old high school crush, Melody Parsons, called me up. We're going out next week. And him and Kazarian have this big bro high five. Yeah!
Right.
And Jericho goes, no, Sky goes, I'm sorry if I embarrassed you. And then Jericho's face just goes crazy. Right? He's furious. And his big comeback is, well, I saw Melody Parsons last week, and she's gained a lot of weight since high school. Crowd goes crazy. They're howling with laughter. I'm laughing. You're laughing. And Sky just goes, I love big butts. I cannot lie. So then they have the Daffy Duck moment. They go back and forth. Well, we're going to have a singles match. And Daniels goes, well, can't be next week. We need a training session. You know, you are Le Champion, basically, right? That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
So Jericho goes, they're scared. You know, you can see his mind going.
Right.
You know, the evil villain Daffy Duck thing. 2 months? No, it's going to be next week. Oh, SCU's like, oh, shit, no, oh.
Right, we can't do that. We don't have enough time.
So yeah, we can't do
We
that.
need time to train.
Okay, just don't make it for the title. You know, because it's next week.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, oh, you don't think you can handle a title shot? And Sky goes, I don't deserve a title shot. Oh, you don't think you deserve one? Well, you got it. It's official. We shook hands. The whole Daffy Duck, rabbit season, duck season situation. And then as soon as it's official, they're shaking hands. Sky pulls him back. I'm going to make Le Champion, le bitch. Crowd freaks out. They have a little brawl and a tussle and everything. So
yeah.
I liked it.
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked it.
You liked it too?
I liked it. Yeah.
Are you buying Scorpio Sky?
Nah.
You're not buying into him?
Nah.
Bummer. Private Party, Proud and Powerful Live a Tag Team match. Went 15 minutes. It wasn't as good as I was hoping. There was a situation. You didn't see this. It wasn't really worth it, unfortunately. But there was a moment where there's a sunset flip pin.
Yeah.
And again, the ref just stops counting.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Yeah.
I think he was supposed to be like pulled out of the ring or something by another guy, but it never happened. So instead
something was supposed to happen.
Something was supposed to happen. It was
and
a bump.
It didn't happen.
The thing is, the match was already kind of nothing before that.
Yeah.
And then they just kept wrestling.
Really
so you're
bad.
just like,
yeah.
ugh. You know, it didn't ruin the show, but the match. Anyways.
Lame.
Kenny Omega does a goofy promo in a gym. You know, where he does the weights.
Yeah.
He's got like 10 pounds.
Weird.
Well, it's Kenny Omega. He's weird. He's a video game guy.
Yeah,
he wants Pac because ever since he lost to Pac at All Out.
Pac?
Pac.
Who's Pac?
So they're going to have a match in Chicago. And then Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin. Your boy Darby Allin.
My boy Darby Allin. I like Darby Allin. Yeah. Sounds good.
Moxley beat him with a big impaler DDT from the top rope. Looked like it killed him.
Darby Allin wasn't in his game.
You don't think so?
Nah.
Something didn't completely click in that match?
Nah.
I mean, I liked the match, but I think I'm on the same page as you. Something was missing.
Yeah.
It's like I didn't buy...
Darby he wasn't in his A game.
I did like the body bag spot. He comes out in the body bag. The people are carrying him out.
Yeah.
He comes out of it.
Yeah.
Eventually, Moxley puts him in the body bag, and he's kicking him. And
well, maybe that's what it was. He came in a body bag. He started out dead.
He started out dead. I mean, there was a lot of flips and Darby flipping around the ring.
Yeah.
I loved how Moxley comes from the crowd, and then out of nowhere, Darby shoots from the side camera, takes him out with a dive. So it had its moments. It wasn't my favorite though for the past 2 weeks. All right, so then the Chicago show, the big pay-per-view show. Don't have notes on this one, so we had the Chris Jericho Thanksgiving celebration for Le Champion.
That's when they had all the different animals and the costumes.
Yes,
the animal costumes.
All the costumes, the balloon animals, the whole shebang. And it just kind of
presents, presents on stage.
Yeah.
His dad under a box.
Yeah, this was when they beat up the ref or the ring announcer. I'm all over the place.
Yeah, you are all over the place. Are you new?
I'm new to this. I've only been doing this a few years.
Yeah, you're fairly new.
This is all off memory though. I'm not really reading my notes at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Good luck with that.
But this was the Thanksgiving celebration.
It's doing so well for me.
Oh, okay. Well, what did you think of La Celebration?
It was a celebration of the god, Le Champion God.
Well, the Spanish god, not to be confused with the Spanish god.
To not only that, you can buy champagne.
Yes, a little bit of the bubbly.
Yeah, a little bit of the bubbly. 2 for $46.
We did indeed look it up.
Oh my god!
I can't believe you don't want to get that for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I'll take Le Champion's label and put it on a $3 bottle of champagne and shake it up and say this is Le Champion champagne. Bit of the bubbly.
So that was your favorite part of the whole celebration?
Yeah, that you could get
you could buy his bubbly.
I'd love to buy his bubbly. It's California champagne.
Well, California sparkling wine.
Right. Yeah, you can't say champagne because it has to be from Champagne, France.
Well, maybe if you spell it differently and call it champagne.
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 Yeah.
So this was AEW trying to do the WWE thing, right? 20-minute opening segment to start a show. I showed you an example of WWE today of what they do with the whole Baron Corbin with the King outfit with the two dudes next to him, and they're just talking about nothing.
That's why I stopped watching.
And then the dude in the dog costume comes out with the Chihuahua sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At least this was built up to, we were all looking forward to it.
I actually wasn't bored.
I wasn't bored either.
It wasn't a bunch. It was talking, but it had a story. There was action. There was stuff going on. Whereas when you're on WWE and you're watching, it's going, God, would you just stop talking? 10 minutes is a long time to say a lot of nothing and have nothing going on.
So with this, their structure was Jericho gloats and brags, and then everyone from the inner circle has a gift to give him. Mm-hmm. So Sammy Guevara's gift was
picture of himself.
Picture of himself with Jericho, and they're hugging with their goofy face.
Yeah.
Oh, I died. I loved it so much. It was so funny. And then they embrace and hug in front of the cardboard.
Right.
Sammy sticks his tongue out. He's like, ah,
which was perfect.
It was great.
Yeah.
Proud and powerful because they're part of the Boricas. The Puerto Rican class, I guess you could say. Okay. They have a gift basket of all Puerto Rican stuff. So Ortiz has cough medicine. And he goes, my grandma says it's flu season. My grandma says, it'll get rid of that cold in no time flat. The crowd goes wild. They pull up flip-flops, and he goes, it doubles as a weapon. Trust me.
Right.
Crowd laughs. They make Jericho an honorary Borica, so they give him the bandana. And they put it on backwards.
Right.
So Jericho's all smiles. Where's the big hurt, Jake Hager? He comes out from the back and he has a goat. It's Chris Jericho. It's for you. Crowd laughs again. Jericho goes, what's with the big box? And if this was any other company, right? Whether it was WCW in the back, NWA in the past, WWE, you'd think like Cody was in the box waiting for him. He's going to jump him and ruin the party. But instead, it's Chris Jericho's dad wearing a New York Rangers hockey jersey.
In Chicago.
And so the dad just goes, I'm so proud of you, son, but I hate this town. Or no, at first he goes, so glad to be here in New York. No, Dad, we're in Chicago. He goes, this bum town full of losers. Because the Blackhawks are really bad right now. Rangers are not. He's like, I used to beat up Bobby Hole all the time on the ice, and we'd beat the Blackhawks. They were a bunch of whimps. And, they couldn't really hear him because the mic was whatever, but yeah. So, crowd's just booing everything. They go from laughter to booze.
Right.
And eventually they beat up the ring announcer. That's where that whole part's come in. Yeah. SCU comes in with the band outfits. They were part of the marching band.
Right. To protect everyone.
Yeah, so I liked it.
I liked it.
Yeah.
It was entertaining.
It was very entertaining. It was indeed the thank you celebration.
It was a celebration.
Let's see here. So, before we talk about this, we have to talk about AEW Dark.
Okay.
So, Trent beat Pentagon in a good match on AEW Dark. Mm-hmm. So that led to this tag team match of the Best Friends versus the Lucha Bros, in which it was good. Trent pins Phoenix. So the Best Friends and your boy Trent looking good lately. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
And Orange Cassidy was in a turkey suit going gobble gobble.
Right.
Yeah.
And he didn't have pockets.
He did not have pockets. Could not do that. But he was Orange Cassidy. So I like what they're doing with Trent. He's a good single star.
Yes, he is.
He's handsome and sexy.
Absolutely.
And this, I think what they're doing is they're trying to get a guy from every tag team to be a singles guy as well. Right? Mm-hmm. So they're kind of building this up.
Which would be good.
It would be good. It gives you more variety on the show. So I the Lucha Bros had their chance at the tag titles. They were the big story. They were essentially all year fighting with the Young Bucks. They had the AAA tag titles. They got to the finals of the tournament, got SCU over. Now it seems to me that the Lucha Bros are going to take a backseat, someone else's turn to go for the tag titles. It seems to me best friends are next in line with all these wins. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
And then also on AEW Dark, there was the backstory video on Shauna, the girl from Portugal, wrestles in France.
Yeah.
I really wanted you to watch that, and what'd you think?
It changes your view on the wrestlers themselves. I like those little segments that they do. I think they should put them on the actual program instead of it being something else that you have to see off the side, view. And so I wish they would put that in the real story on the actual TV.
I absolutely agree. I think the next time Shauna is going to be in a match, right? Mm-hmm. And you have her booked to win, which I think should be the next match she's in on Dynamite, you show this video, that same one, before the match.
Right.
If you do that, she will be one of the most loved wrestlers in the entire company.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Because it was such a good story where she felt because of where she comes from, where wrestling's not big, she had to work very differently. She came from a very different background. Then when she tried out for the American company's TNA at the time and WWE, she was told she was lied to, that she was going to be signed, and that's her dream. Then she was told she was too fat for TV, even though she's not. Led to eating disorders and confidence issues, and she quit like 2 weeks before she was signed with AEW. It was just funny how the world works, right?
Right. Well, and then what they do cut into the TV is the reaction of one of the other women wrestlers, and goes, "Oh, poor you that you went through that."
Yeah, we all have our stories, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who said that.
That was a woman called Big Swole.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, she had she mentioned she had no, it wasn't psoriasis. She had something she had to overcome herself.
Uh-huh.
So instead of making a poor you video, she just goes, "Yeah, I did it. What of it?" Kind of situation.
I have issues too, but I don't make it that's defining me.
Right.
Yeah.
So
like,
she's
like I have to say poor me and look at me and look what happened to me and now I've overcome all that and they called me finally.
Yeah, right. I think if you know what? How about this?
It could be two ways.
How about this? Because they had a singles match, Big Swole and Shauna on AEW Dark. Mm-hmm. I think they each find a partner, face each other on Dynamite, and they play that same video again. Mm. Right? They could lead up to it.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Each having their wham moments. My poor me moment.
And speaking of women's wrestling, we got Bea Priestley and Emi Sakura taking on Hikaru Shida and Chris Statlander.
Yeah, and yay, I finally got to meet Chris. I do like her as a wrestler. She's a big girl. She's got some big arms. And
she fights men all the time. She's got to lift them somehow.
Yeah, I mean, she's a strong-ass girl.
She's as big as all the men.
She's a strong-ass girl, that's for sure.
Well, most of the men.
I was disappointed that of the ultimate outcome of that, because I think they had a better match than the two that won.
You think?
My opinion.
Well, so the team of Shida and Chris outperformed Emi and Bea Priestley.
I think so.
Even though after the match I asked you who was your standout, and you said Emi Sakura.
Right, only because, but I still think that the other team should have won.
I really liked... So, Emi Sakura, I gave you her, like, the whole story behind her. And where...
Well, I saw it. I know it.
So...
Teacher.
Well, teacher and one of the trainers in Japan, essentially,
Yeah.
with the different style and everything.
Yeah.
She's like a pseudo heel, but likes to have fun, right? So we definitely saw a lot of that in the match. She had her mic in the ring, and she had Shida in a submission. I think it was Shida. And then she's trying to sing with the mic, and the ref's like slowly pulling it away, and her face is like, "What are you doing? No!" And then the crowd is like all upset with her, and then she does the fake crocodile tears thing, like she's not actually upset, and that came into play later when Statlander ran the ropes and she cracked her in the back with the mic, and then that led to the pin. So, I can't really. Who is next in line for Riho? Awesome Kong? He's taking all the hair off women? That's it, right?
Yeah, that's.
We're getting a lot of introductions, and
Yeah.
the women are
Well,
wrestling on TV.
Brett already wrestled Riho for the title and didn't get it.
Britt already did. Nyla did. Shida lost.
Did Emmy?
Yes, Emmy was full gear.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I think they're building up to another Shida encounter with Riho.
All right.
Which, that's fine. That makes sense. This is how I'm seeing the women's division right now. It's a lot of introductions. Not one of them has been on TV before, right? Not one of these women has ever been on TV. And they don't...
Maybe they don't want it on TV.
No.
Oh, you mean...
They're giving them practice on TV for now, and they're having the most minimal stories on purpose to keep it simple.
Yeah.
Right? That's the rankings thing.
Yeah.
They're just having matches, but the rankings thing kind of makes you care a little bit at least. So it's getting everyone accustomed to being on TV and being in longer matches, right? Because you can't get better without the practice.
Right.
So instead of going out there and having like a 2-minute match and then, okay, we're done here.
Yeah.
Go practice some more. Well, where are they going to practice?
Right.
There's no other place to practice. You got Chris Statlander at least being on the indies and being in longer matches and being against all these dudes all the time. And also on a interview I listened to with Kenny Omega, he says he's encouraging all the women to go out to other promotions and get the practice in, right? It's not they're not forcing them to do it, right? So you see Riho, B. Priestley, Chris Statlander, the list goes on for a lot of them continuing to be in those promotions. Big Swole's in, I think, Shimmer or Shine, one of the two. Britt Baker, however, she's a dentist, so she has her dentist practice. I think she should go on a couple of those tours. She needs, if she's going to be pushed like this, we need to see her on the independent scene.
Yeah.
Getting a lot more ring work in.
Yeah.
Because she's probably the most green out of anyone on the roster and being pushed. Right?
Right.
So, this is just my thoughts on it. Supposedly 2020, as I mentioned at the beginning while you were in the bathroom, there's going to be a bigger focus. Because they'll, by that time, they'll have TV time, right? And move on.
I appreciate you telling people that, I had to go to the restroom.
Well, you did have to go to the restroom. Everybody poops, Mom. It's fine.
Stop it now! Oh my God! That's just wrong.
Cody...
Son!
Right.
Oh my God.
Alright, so right quick. Cody had a squash match, and then he was jumped after the match with dudes coming out of the ring. Butcher and the Blade.
I'm so sick of Cody getting attacked after every match. It's gotta stop.
I think that's probably why this didn't work out so well.
It's just gotta stop.
Like, I get the idea behind it was he's injured. He's still got the taped ribs and everything. Dude's coming in, jump one of the top beloved guys, right? I get it, but crowd didn't care. And they didn't know who these dudes were.
Right.
But that's the thing about AEW. They're getting all these guys that no one knows. They have to fill out their roster, right? And how do you make someone, or at least the idea is, how do you make someone care about a new guy? They do something to someone that people do care about. people care about Cody. But, as you said, he's been jumped every week, essentially.
Yeah. By somebody.
Or he's lost matches, or you know, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So, I agree. This wasn't the place for it. This wasn't the time. What they should have done, at least in my opinion, is Cody does a promo instead. I know he has this squash match, and he does a promo talking about MJF and Chris Jericho. You know, keep it simple. Just a short little post-match thing. And then what you could have is Allie come out and talk to him, not in what she came out with, the Dark Bunny outfit. Mm-hmm. She comes out and goes, like, your wife is Brandy, she beat me at All Out or whatever, and I don't like what she's doing. I want to talk to her, and he blows her off, right? And then she gets a mean look on her face. And then the next week you can do that. Mm-hmm. Cody's in another match, and then he gets jumped. Because now you've told the story. Now, with the Dark Order, we saw something very similar. They jump a bunch of people we care about, but then no one knows them or doesn't care about them. Mm-hmm. Because no one knows them, you got to build to it. It's the way I feel. It's
right.
So you have... That was just the top of my head thinking. Yeah. Right? So then when the next week they come out of the ring, who the fuck are these guys? Then you see Allie in the bunny outfit. Right. You understand her turn, and she got 2 people to kick his ass.
Right.
And now you're wondering the next week, who are those guys?
Right.
And you care more.
Right.
Rather than they jumped, and now you have to explain. Mm-hmm. With the Dark Order, at least, is we have a slow explanation of their cult, and they're coming in.
Right.
That's working. So I guess we'll see what happens. But Butcher and the Blade, I see them in another. These are another people in Beyond Wrestling. Mm-hmm. I've seen a number of times.
Yeah,
they're big, imposing dudes. They have a good shtick about them. They're big dudes.
Yeah,
right. Especially the Butcher, dude with the monocle.
Yeah.
They're gonna be kind of an. I see them as an enforcer team. And Allie's the manager situation because she's still a little bit rough around the edges in the ring. Never had kind of a proper training and never been in the ring with top level talent.
Yeah.
Or not often enough, I should say.
Yeah.
So she can use this shtick to slowly get better in the ring over time. So, Kenny Omega versus Pac, very good match. It was like Pac.
Well, why do you keep calling him Pac?
Because that's what he was everywhere else, and now I guess he's changed the pronunciation. It's a hard habit to break. And I speak German, so the A is an A.
Whatever.
12 minutes, Kenny Omega wins.
Surprise.
I loved it. It was
Were you surprised? See? No surprise.
I guess not.
Called that one.
Because Pac won the first match. Mm-hmm. Omega's out for redemption. They did a cool little roll-up finisher after they had their 12-minute action match. Mm-hmm. I loved it. I thought it was a great TV match.
See, I thought Omega was good.
Omega's one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Omega's wrestling.
So, now they're 1-1. They're going to have a third match, the rubber match. Sure, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then we Omega will win that.
Yeah.
Page versus MJF for the big ring. Yeah. We already mentioned MJF wins the match. Wardlow interferes. You called that happening.
Yeah.
MJF did a horrible looking crossroads to win. Mm-hmm. And the way I was seeing it was, not only did I steal Cody's move, I did it so poorly and still won.
Right.
So he can kind of play off that.
Yeah.
And Page is a loser yet again.
Again.
Joining the Dark Order. Mark my words. Quick Dustin Rhodes promo about Hager, and then there was a brawl ensuing between Inner Circle and the Elite, and they're going to have a 6-man next week. Simple enough.
Wasn't that when the... I thought that was when Skies came out. I guess not.
No. And then we had our main event, Chris Jericho against Scorpio Sky for the AEW title.
Guess what happened?
Chris Jericho won.
Surprise!
It was a good TV title match. It did everything it was supposed to. It was a little weird that commentary mentioned that Hager wasn't allowed ringside, but then he came out anyways. So this is something I've noticed with AEW is their words aren't matching the actions. So it's, if there's no consequences, something I've been talking about, like just in my work life, if there's no consequences to people's actions, then you're just going to stop.
When does Chris Jericho and his henchmen abide by any rules anyways?
I get that, but commentary is telling me that the rules of this match was nobody was allowed ringside.
Right.
And then the guy comes out anyways,
does.
and there was no consequences to it.
That's why he made that point. Because he was supposed to come out.
But if there's no consequences to breaking the rules, then it's all bullshit.
Well, hello.
Then you don't care.
Exactly.
You gotta care.
I don't gotta care when you know it's going to happen anyways.
So what I noticed in this is Scorpio Sky didn't hit his patented small package that has won him all those matches prior. Because there was the big moment where he ducked the title shot off the distraction, hit him with the TKO slam. The crowd bought it, but I didn't buy it. There was the big Sky jumping off the rope, gets cracked at the knees and the chest, and then Jericho gets him in the submission for the win.
Yep.
Makes him tap out.
Yep. That was painful.
Well,
It was painful.
I think if he would have hit that small package, he would have won. I think instead of the TKO, he should have tried to roll him up with the small package, but because the ref was still distracted,
Yeah.
a little late,
Yep.
I think that would have been...
Yeah.
That would have made the match, because that's what he's won those previous matches off of.
Right.
Just my thought. Maybe building to a future moment where he does win off that. Maybe not against Chris Jericho, but maybe for the Diamond Ring that they'll get so obsessed for.
Right. Everyone, even Jericho, will be obsessed with the ring. Because MJF has it now?
Yeah. Oh, we didn't mention the DDP thing after the MJF.
DDP?
So Diamond Dallas Page comes out, gives him the ring,
Right.
and then Wardlow and DDP have a little standoff, and DDP goes, he's like, step off. You don't want to get the shit kicked out of you by a 63-year-old man. And then there was the pull apart.
Yeah.
DDP still got it.
Right.
Yeah. Looks good for 63.
Yeah, he looks real good.
Looks like he could kick some ass.
He could.
Just a quick little
Yeah.
cutter. Gets the guy.
Yep.
So what did you think of AEW the past couple weeks?
They're
Something missing?
They're entertaining. No, I don't think anything's missing. Only the things you mentioned.
Okay. I know I've been doing a lot of the talking.
You have.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Well, you don't have your notes with you.
I have nothing.
Okay, well then, what was the better shows past couple weeks? AEW or MLW?
Better shows. Well, I'll take AEW.
AEW again. Make a little note. And then who is your favorite performer, your wrestler, over the past couple weeks?
Oh, I'm liking Omega. Liking Omega.
What did it for you?
This last match.
Against Pac?
Yeah. Pac. The bastard.
The bastard. He's such a bastard.
He's just creepy. He's a good creepy.
It's good creepy.
He makes a good creepy. Yeah. I'm liking Moxley though.
Yeah. So right,
you know, he's I think he's a good wrestler. I enjoy watching him wrestle. I like his strength. I like his moves. Even though he's an angry person, I don't see him totally whack. I think he's calmed down a little bit. He has calmed down a little bit these last few weeks.
He did make another open challenge, which Joey Janela accepted on Twitter. and then he came out after Jericho won and stood in the crowd. His music hit, and I'm like,
and see,
and they had the big stare down,
right? And
yeah.
he came down, so I'm thinking
he is ranked number 1 in the rankings right now.
See,
so
yeah, I'm liking Moxley. I think he's gonna go up against Jericho and win.
He's the one to take the title off him.
I think he could do it.
I think they're gonna save that match for the next
either
pay-per-view.
Moxley or what's my guy I just said?
Omega.
Well,
Omega faced Jericho, and Jericho beat him in the. I think it was in.
Yeah, I
think it was at Double or Nothing.
I don't see Jericho winning against Moxley.
That's actually
Won't see it.
a common opinion. A lot of people will see.
I think Moxley would annihilate Jericho, actually. and then my story is once Moxley wins, everyone is going to be, all the people that are following Jericho right now, they're going to now move over to Moxley.
They only follow the champion.
They only follow the champions. The new Le Champion will be
that.
Moxley.
Jericho's left all alone.
Yeah, Jericho's left all alone.
Oh man.
And Moxley will be telling AEW to say thank you.
I don't know. I'm not really buying that part.
Why not? I can dream.
You're more than welcome to dream. Well, Mom, happy gobble gobble day.
Ugh.
I know it's a
I
little
have
late.
to take my travels back home.
Yeah.
It's 80 degrees today.
Well,
in Houston.
It's 17 here today.
Yeah. But then when I'm supposed to arrive, it'll be 69 for a high. Because there's a front going through.
You didn't just say that. Well, if you
So I'm looking forward to coming back over Christmas, and we're going to go to Beyond, and it's going to be fun. 2
Beyond shows, and you'll get to see essentially a Beyond pay-per-view match.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah. That's the big payoff.
Yeah, cool.
Mander's Warhorse.
Cool beans. Excellent. Maybe I'll paint my face.
Ooh.
Ooh.
We should paint our faces.
We should.
You'll be Warhorse and I'll be the alien.
Ooh.
I'll get the Chris Statlander look going.
Like she was trying to do.
And you'll get the
to everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, she painted everyone's face. There's big team mentality there.
Yeah.
All right. We went a little long again.
As always.
We're awful at this. A lot to talk about. Well, we definitely know that whenever there's 3 shows to talk about from another, that's like another 20, 30 minutes.
Absolutely.
Right? So.
Got it. That was a lot of fun.
Love you, Mom.
Love you too.
Hell yeah, Manami Toyota. We'll get to see you one day on this journey. All Japan Women Classics from Peroso Dream and Samurai TV, episode 8, I believe. We are up to, let's see, we got Osaka Castle Hall from August 28th, 1985. We have, and then the final 2 matches from Tag League The Best, from Korakuen Hall, October 10th, 1985. So the August 28th, 1985 was the Kamakiri Death Match of Dump Matsumoto versus Chigusa Nagayo. Ooh. So this has been building heavy since back in May of 85. We're in August now. And with all these tag matches, and Dump cutting hair, and cutting into Chigusa, and Chigusa fighting back, here we are now at a death match. Oh, it makes so much sense in the world. Oh, I'm salivating, right? When I saw this on the docket for this classic, I was like, yes, because I've seen the build, right? Or most of it, anyways. Dump comes out in full badass 80s metal cop gear with gang banners and her posse behind her. Oh, she's fucking terrifying. Chigusa comes out looking like a straight-up samurai in great garb with Lioness Asuka next to her and her own banners behind her. Oh, this is good already. This is what's missing. These big match feels, these big grandiose entrances. They're in different gear, highlighting what they're gonna do to each other. What a big match feel. Chigusa even holds up scissors before the match to signify of the hair that's gonna be cut. So, hands it to the ref in a declaration of sorts. Dump takes off her cap to reveal bright, blood orange hair to a literal gasp from the crowd as they look at the terrifying Dump Matsumoto. She also has crazy makeup now, looking like a yokai or demon, and she really comes across as a monster. So Chigusa gets beaten down with strongholds. She eventually fights back when taken outside, and of course, the fabled trash can comes into play. Dump gets the scissors back from the ref, and no, getting ahead of myself. Chigusa has had enough of the trash can, and she gets the scissors back and goes for Dump's hair. But remember, the refs in All Japan Women are assholes, so of course he stops the babyface from, let's assume, a possible stabbing. This feud is hot. Dump ganks the scissors from the ref upon this happening, and indeed, a stabbing does occur. Dump just pummels and stabs Chigusa in the head. The crowd shrieks in agony, screaming for their hero to not die. So, Chigusa wears the fabled crimson red mask. Chigusa fights back and puts Dump Matsumoto in a sharpshooter, right? Because Dump tried to do this at the start of the match. The bloody visual of this was awesome. You know, I was thinking of Bret Hart, Stone Cold Steve Austin, the fabled double turn at WrestleMania. Well, if we remember our history, Stone Cold had the bloody crimson mask and he refused to tap out. This was Chigusa putting in the sharpshooter with the crazy crimson mask. You're going to have to go back a little bit to when I watched this. I put a picture of this on Twitter, at BowlingJD, Red Leaf Retrocast. Fucking awesome. Dump fights out of it, just proceeds to kill Chigusa, and the ref stops the match due to blood loss. Old school finish. I want to see this in AEW so bad. Do it in a lights out match. Do it at a pay-per-view. You know, something. Just, it stops for blood. Just crazy. This was nuts. I loved it. Turns out this wasn't just a death match. It was also a hair match. Which makes sense with the scissors and the cutting for hair, the story, you know. I was like, okay. I didn't question it at all. So, Chigusa gets a chain around her neck and put into a chair and proceeds to get shaved. And good God, the visuals and how upset the crowd was for her, and Lioness Asuka being held back, crying for a friend. This was next level emotion. This, like when we go back and watch the Dustin Rhodes versus Cody Rhodes match from AEW at Double or Nothing, then you watch a match like this, and you're like, this is what wrestling has been missing, is the level of emotion and caring for the characters in the ring. Really makes you appreciate like how hard that must be in 2019, right? To reach that level. Because people back in these days, you know, as far as I know, it was still considered very real back then, right? So, moving on. Tag League The Best 85, semifinal, Dump and Bull Nakano versus the Jumping Bomb Angels. Now, if you remember from their last encounter, the Jumping Bomb Angels got murdered. So yet again, we got the murder of the Jumping Bomb Angels at the hands of Dump Matsumoto. Simple enough. She gets the friggin' metal baton, cracks both of them. Nakano holds one back while Dump gets the other in the ring and just kills her. Gokakuden wins again. Jumping Bomb Angels not looking so good. I believe this was the same time the Jumping Bomb Angels went over to WWF and had the first Survivor Series match, actually. I could be wrong. Maybe that was 86? I don't know. Tag League Best 85 League Final 2 out of 3 falls match. Dump and Bull versus the Crush Gals. Aha! 2 months have passed since that fabled death match we just watched. Chigusa has some of her hair back. It's not long yet at all. She's very much looking like a guy at this point. Gokaku Dome are dressed all in black garments. They look like terrifying ninjas. They all have black kendo sticks. And they're wearing Strong Machine looking masks. Also black, of course. It's a scary fucking group. And they all jump the Crush Gals. And the ref is just like, I don't know who's who. I don't know who to take out of the ring, who to keep in, who to count for. Eventually, the masks come off. Dump and Bull are in the ring, and they fucking win. They just killed the baby faces. If this wasn't the Gokaku Dome We Kill Everybody show, that's what I got out of it. It was terrifyingly awesome. Yeah. Poor Crush Gals, poor Jumping Bomb Angels, poor Chigusa. It was a fun, classic show. So that's 2 in a row that I highly recommend, episode 7 and 8. Go check it out, guys. So from here, that will now take us into the Stardom talk with Max and Jay for a little while, talking about Hazuki, talking about the Tag League, and talking about the title defenses, and maybe a certain Best Bout machine. Look forward to it, and I'll talk to you when we come back. Yes, that was indeed Mayu Iwatani's music. I am now joined by my 2 good friends, previous guests on the podcast, Jay and Max. You guys are back.
I am.
Nice to talk to you again.
Yes, I wanted you a couple of podcasts ago back to talk like Gatoh Move and stuff, but unfortunately, things get in the way. We're here now to talk some Stardom. It's been a crazy couple weeks, boys.
It really has, for many reasons.
God, just so much happening. We got the culmination of the Tag League, the finals. We have the Artist Belts interesting story implications for a faction. We have the Goddess title match, and then the major topics right now. And let's just get right into the topics here. Hazuki has officially announced her retirement for December 24th, a month from now. This was a punch in the gut, guys. I don't know about you.
Absolutely. She was one of my favorites. I actually was at the show where she got drafted to a Oedo Tai. She wasn't on my radar before that, but after that I got to watch her kind of come out of her shell. And she was one of the reasons I kept going back to Stardom when I was in Japan.
Jay, you're a new Stardom fan. How does this affect your fandom going forward?
Well, look, I've seen bits and pieces of her since the Madison Square Garden show. It's really only been since Tag League and the end of the 5-star that I've really gone all in with the promotion. I haven't seen as much as her as I probably should have, but it's a shame to see someone as young and talented as her retire.
Yeah, 23 years young, essentially just breaking out into the scene. Some are speculating that because of all the signings and the people being pushed, her high-speed title run's kind of her ceiling. She's not able to break through it. Perhaps this is just taking time to step away, maybe some personal reasons. Whatever the reason might be, she is indeed retiring. This comes just on the heels of, in Ice Ribbon, Takia Saya officially announcing her retirement in October. So, I did peruse the Joshi Reddit to see kind of what the reaction of a lot of other fans are going, and I saw this comment, and it really rings. So let me just read this. Stardom has been very lucky the past 3 to 4 years when it comes to unexpected retirements. Joshi is known for short careers that end out of nowhere. Enjoy your favorites while you can. The flame that burns twice as bright burns half as long. Boy, does that not just ring true. The truth hurts, doesn't it?
Yep.
And it is in certain cases, but if you look at like the super top tier Joshi Pro talents, they tend to have long careers. Like, I don't know. So yeah, on one level that's really correct and kind of at the moment emotionally resonant, but you look at, the careers of past Joshi wrestlers are usually 10, 15 plus years. So it is a train wreck right now, but I hope it'll get better, I guess.
I see what you're saying with the elite stay in it for seemingly their entire life. I mean, look at Aja Kong, she's still going. Manami Toyota just retired a couple years ago, essentially. Jaguar Yokota is still wrestling at, 58 years old?
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, her and Billy Gunn,
Yeah. They'll never retire. But then you get people like, well, just the two right now, Hazuki 23, Takia Saya only I think 24, 25. Seemingly at the start of their careers, like heavy fan investment, that without a doubt. The case with Saya was, and I mentioned this on a previous cast, that she had announced she was 3 and out, right? From the start, her plan was 3 years and she's gone, right?
Which Saya? Tall Saya or small Saya?
Takia Saya in Ice Ribbon.
Different Saya. So many Sayas.
Different. Yeah, there's many Sayas out there right now. But Takia Saya made it clear that she was 3 and out, and she stuck to her word. I think she has business prospects she wants to do, so this could be a case where, kind of like what we saw with Arisa 6 years ago, wanted to do her combat fighting, singing, the personal things, and now she's come back to the Joshi scene. I could see something like that happening with Saya. The difference with Hazuki is this is out of nowhere. Max, you had a comment about her not even being in like a top 15 of who would retire next, right?
Yes, especially Saya. It was a surprise, but not a surprise. But Hatsuki, honestly, in about 2 or 3 years, I expected her to be the leader of Oedo Tai, and it seemed like they were really grooming her for that role. And honestly, I don't know how to quantify her because, again, unlike the Saya, there's not a lot of amplifying information.
Mm-hmm.
So, it kind of leaves everything to chance. Like, we can only speculate, and I feel bad because, at this point, it's a guess. And honestly, I feel like she might have felt like she was hitting a glass ceiling, because the normal reasons for Joshis to retire are typically family and health. And neither of those seem to be in play. She's too young for the first, and honestly, I haven't heard any indication of her being injured or breaking down or whatever.
No, you didn't see any indication of her speed slowing down, so to say, like she permanently tore her Achilles or something out of nowhere. There was certainly none of that. So for a fun speculation, I say this retirement is her to get out of Stardom, and 6 months from now she's clearly showing up in AEW. Obviously. I mean, I'm right? Of course I'm right.
I could see her, you know what? realistically, if she decides to wrestle again, I can kind of see her being done with Stardom. I really, for whatever reason, her and Momo came in together about the same time.
Yep.
And it wasn't like the Freedom where they all got their time to shine and they all dominated the main event scene together. She came in, seemingly Momo's going to be the new number one. And after that, Utami came in, and I think that kind of messed up what was going to be the deal going forward, I guess.
Now that you mention it, there have been cases where wrestlers will do what they can to leave an organization, a promotion, and go somewhere else to become the top star. It's kind of like the Kento Miyahara statement. I would rather be the biggest fish in a small pond than a small fish in the big pond, right? Would you rather be Kento Miyahara, 400-day champion in All Japan Wrestling that's rebuilding, or would you rather be Sonata, who's seemingly stuck in a death tag team division with the occasional title shot?
Chase Owens.
So,
what's wrong with Chase?
Well, everything's wrong with Chase. So JPQ actually threw a question here in the chat just now. Why have the archives been missing so long? Would you take old Stardom World with archives or current Stardom World? What do you think the timeline will be for the archives to be back? So it has a lot to do with the archives. And Jay, that was interesting because you're actually wanting to go back and watch a lot of stuff. And I tried to get you to watch the April 1st show from last year with the exploding bat match with Tam Nakano and the Io Shirai team.
That sounds ridiculous, and I still want to go find it. But, yeah, there's no archives, dude. I can't even go back and watch friggin' Momo take the white belt off of friggin' Io.
Yeah, it seems like a big thing. And just real quick, it doesn't seem like the archives are coming back anytime soon. It's really, really slow. It's a snail's pace. So I would honestly take the old site with the archives. How about you guys?
I would take the new one just because the new videos are higher quality. And
was the old site good?
Well, the new site works with Linux, so I'm kind of biased. I had to do some black magic to make it work on my computer.
Nice. See, I don't know how to answer this question, dude. I wasn't around for the old site.
Well, I mean, you're wanting to go back and watch things now, and you can't. So
that is true.
I mean, like to see
let's go back to the old site then, dude. I can finally friggin' start my new quest instead of having to resort to the recommendation of Feud of the Year from you and JPQ, which was the one and only Saki Kashima versus Natsu Samir.
Okay, I did not give that recommendation, but I agree with it. The Dirty Yankee deserves to lose every feud she's part of, and she lost this one as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, dude, I'm only 2 matches in. You don't need to spoil it for me.
I'm sorry.
Like, I literally just saw Saki celebrate her birthday and get DQ'd by kicking a ref in the balls. What is it with those two, like, having their matches and the ref constantly getting hit in the nuts?
Because they're Yankee scum.
Fair enough. Either way, I'm really enjoying it.
I'm shocked a knife wasn't pulled out in any of the matches.
No, well, dude, this is an OTT. What do you want about?
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that Kyoko Kimura's car still had the wheels. Her food truck still had the wheels after the match.
You're not wrong. But Hana Kimura's there, and she runs a faction of misfits. So it's a good gangster mentality there in Stardom these days.
Well, she also makes some pretty good nachos too.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but I'll have to keep that in mind.
I didn't know that was her the first 3 times we went to Stardom.
Oh, okay. Well, she doesn't have the wild hair anymore, does she?
No, she just looks like a regular Japanese Oba-chan, and it's kind of funny. After watching her old matches, her series with Kana, where they're just literally murdering each other for half an hour. It's
right.
By the way, if you haven't seen those, watch all the old Kana stuff. You'll see why she's super special and why Reason number 3050, Bobby doesn't watch WWE anymore.
Dude, I've seen a match between Kana and Suzuki. That was pretty cool.
That was cool, but also vaguely uncomfortable.
That was the point, though. The whole point was Kana is such a badass bitch that she can get in a ring with Minoru Suzuki and ask to be hit to death. Like,
Not gonna
Christ.
lie, it was pretty great.
The best thing is, I think if you looked at Suzuki's Insta from around WrestleMania, there's a picture with her and him and Kana.
Nice.
All right, so we're all kind of in agreement that the Hazuki retirement is devastating, but it wouldn't surprise us if she pops up sometime in the future, whether that's near or even a few years from now.
Yes, I think so. Like, to be honest with you, she's 23. Japanese don't take kindly to adults going back to school. So either she wants to do something else in the entertainment industry. Her prospects aren't super stellar. I hate to sound super negative, but again, from a practical point of view, that's kind of the way I'm approaching it.
No, that's very understandable, especially with the whole culture in Japan. Asian culture in general, actually. So, all right. You know what? I'll do the dork bout machine in a second here. First, this is my little comment here. Before we get into the matches, Konami being in Tokyo Cyber Squad and leaving Queen's Quest through the draft, the charisma promo. I call them machines of Kiona and Hanakamura, both wildly different promos, but they're very comfortable talking on the camera, and being Konami's partners, I think we're finally seeing the payoff with Hiromu Konami, is what I've been dubbing her, with the whole licking of the title to Arisa. So,
Hiromu Konami.
yes. It's kind of a culmination, and finally her breaking, because one of my criticisms of Konami for a while is it's not her ring game, it's not the psychology, it's not the mat game, it's her confidence level and being able to speak on a microphone, speak in front of the camera, because she usually just stands there half the time. There's always been something missing with her to kind of break through a glass ceiling, if you will. I feel that with the promo that we saw at the end of the Shinkiba show, with her talking to Arisa, and we'll get to the exact promo in a second here. I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on Konami's charisma kind of maybe finally starting to show and take her up to the next level.
So I have a quick question.
Okay.
As a newcomer to Stardom, still, was she just like another body in QQ?
Basically, yeah.
QQ, for everybody's information, is probably my least favorite faction of Stardom. And I really think that if you are in Queen's Quest and you're not B. Priestley, Azumi, or Momom, you're going to be kind of... Utami is... I don't think she's long for the faction. I think somebody's going to get ejected. Not ejected or move or change or... Because
something, yeah.
It becomes kind of a log gem, you know. Azumi's turning 21. Not 21, she's turning 18 fairly soon. And I think they're going to try to establish her on her own. I don't think Queen's Quest is going to die. I think if anything goes away, it's going to be OT. So,
well, that much is clear.
It's funny that you say that, because like coming in, I thought that I was going to be drawn to QQ because of like just JD bought me merchandise of theirs when he was at the Stardom show in New York. But I think
You're
the
welcome,
faction
by the way.
I'm drawn to, yeah, I paid for it.
I bet you're
like
wanting that Stars one now.
Yeah, I do. I think I'm gonna have to agree with JPQ. I think I'm all in the Stars, guys.
I'm disgusted.
I think if OT finally like goes the way of the dodo, I'm gonna have to be TCS person.
Well, TCS for life.
You're an Oedo type person at the moment, are you, Max?
Yes, I have been since my first show. I actually My first Stardom show was the first Stardom draft
Oh
because
wow.
I lived in Japan for 10 years and started getting into wrestling in my last 2 or 3 years in Japan. So that was my first match, and I my two favorites are Kagetsu and Mayu, and
It's a solid two.
I've seen them wrestle each other I think 3 times, and um I think they seriously messed up Kagetsu's red belt run. I really do. But that's my unpopular opinion, I guess.
Was this before or after Tony Storm?
She was the one who took it off of Tony Storm.
Yeah.
So I
So
think
you're,
that
so you're referencing that one then.
yes,
Okay.
because they effectively sacrificed her run, especially how they always stacked the card and always had the white belt headlining when she was the red belt champ. So
Well, was Momo more popular than Kingetsu?
I don't think so.
No. There was a lot of backlash with Momo, especially at the beginning.
And especially because, like, I was at the show where they did the no holds barred with Hana, and then the Mayu Momo match.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the first, like, straight street fight hardcore match in Stardom, right?
The first one that I really can remember. I bet you there's other ones in the Nanae Takahashi era.
Because someone corrected me in an email, because I said that in a past episode, that it was the first hardcore match of its type. And I was like, I just don't know of another one. I couldn't find another one. But anyways, that's besides the point.
I wouldn't be surprised because I know Nanae was she had more of an Oz Academy old school Joshi vibe.
Right.
So I wouldn't be surprised if pre-incident Stardom had a few of them. But maybe post-incident Stardom, I bet you that was the first. Like, they never did ultra-violent deathmatchy stuff because of that incident.
Right.
And
What was the incident? This is the first I'm hearing.
the Yoshiko Act the Yoshiko Act incident where Yoshiko pretty much caved in another wrestler's face.
Oh.
If you look up like any YouTube video ever of when wrestling became real, that's one of them.
Right. Okay.
And again, those two matches, right? Equal amounts of being over because Mayu was in the main. But I felt like the Kagetsu Hana match, while not technically, a masterclass, took the crowd out of the second match.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
And then, well, it's hard to follow up somebody being hung. And I
don't know where you get that idea from.
but every time Kagetsu has a match in Korakuen, she does something crazy. And it's almost like Kota Ibushi level of set your watch. She's going to throw somebody off something. She's going to jump off something. She's going to do something that makes you stop and stare at her. And
right.
Can't wait for February, guys.
Yes. Oh, you're going. I might have to message you a bunch of stuff to do because I lived around there for a long time.
Nice. Yeah, no, I got a hold of Konami. Konami helped me get tickets, and I've got my 2 tickets secured for the February 8th show, I think it is. It's in Corrigan, though, so it should be fun.
I was just going to give you a list of places to eat and check out in between.
Can do.
So
I put this out on Twitter. Moving on, we're getting short on time here. Is Arisa the best bout machine of 2019?
No.
Okay, who?
I'll still have to go with, as far as Joshi Pro, I have to go with Kyono. Because although, Arisa might have been better in the second half, there was really no slack in Kyono's work.
No, not from an entire year perspective.
Arisa's good, but she kind of has to, click with her opponent, and she doesn't click with everybody. She kind of has the Shawn Michaels thing.
Oh, that's very true. That's a great comparison.
So when she
I
clicks
can't.
with,
Go ahead. Sorry.
when she clicks with somebody, she's awesome. But if she doesn't, I think the average match quality, Kiona, could have a match with every member of the Stardom roster, every member of the AEW roster, every member of the WWE roster, and have a good match.
I mean, just look at the match that Arisa had with Jamie Hayter in the 5-star, dude.
Oh, or
Oh, no.
or Arisa taking the white belt off Momo.
Yeah, that was a bit of a clunker too, wasn't it?
Oh, I'm telling you, like, I was all excited for. I mean, if you listen to the podcast, like you can hear my thoughts over Arisa when she came back. I'm like, man, this chick's cool. Because I essentially I totally forgot who she was. Right, all I knew is that was Mayu's old tag team partner. It's like the kicks are awesome. Then she immediately gets that title match with Momo, and she wins it, and it was just a horrid match. And I'm a big Momo fan, right? And I was loving this run, getting the big rub off Io, everyone hating her. It was like kind of the against the grain kind of situation. Has this huge stinker match, and then the total turnaround from that point forward. And then every once in a while, you get the Jamie Hayter 5-star match where you just go, oh, there's the old Arisa.
And I think maybe in the next year's discussion, probably my answer will be a little bit different, just because I think she is still learning to work with people who work different styles. I think that's part of it, right? Is
Very much so, yeah.
she was the product of the Nanae Takahashi Stardom. She wasn't the product of the Io Shirai Stardom, if that makes sense to you. And
Two
it
generations,
shows.
yeah.
She works much better with people who kind of have a similar background as her, but I think she's improving in that regard.
Well, I mean, I think we saw a lot of that improvement with the second bout against Jamie Hayter. It was just a night and day performance between the two.
And it takes two to dance too, and
Absolutely, yeah.
Jamie did get much better at the end of her tour.
She did. Okay, so let's run down the matches right fast. There was the Nagoya show, in which we saw the Oedo Tai duo losers, Kagetsu and Andres Miyagi, losing to Bobby Tyler and one of my most disliked wrestlers right now, and that's Zoe Lucas. We saw Kagetsu and Miyagi finally come to, an impasse, where I guess Miyagi's tired of losing. It's no secret that she's been eating a lot of pins throughout her Stardom run, and people are vastly questioning it. Well, she essentially cost the team the match. It played into the artist title match that we saw at the Shinkiba November 23rd show, the artist title match, Oedo Tai versus Queen's Quest, in which Miyagi finally turned on Oedo Tai, cracked both Kagetsu and Natsu Sumire in the head with the Oedo Tai sign. They lose the titles, and Kagetsu kicks her out of the group and wants a singles match. Thoughts, everybody?
I think this is going to be a mechanism to try to get Miyagi over. I think they're trying to do the same thing with Miyagi that they did with Hana.
The parallels are uncanny, that's for sure. With Hana coming in off of Excursion and saying Oedo Tai is not the same group anymore. Gets a huge rub in a good singles match to highlight their skills. Essentially, they're what they're good at. So I agree with that. I agree with that sentiment. Absolutely.
Have you seen a Kagetsu match where Kagetsu makes her opponent look bad?
I have not. Jay, have you?
Not that I've said no.
No, well.
And so
Speaks volumes, doesn't it?
I really think that there is a serious investment in Miyagi, and I think they're going to try to make her a star. I wonder which faction she goes, if she forms her own, because again, if OT comes apart formally, there's a vacuum. for a lot of people that don't necessarily fit in anywhere else.
Yeah,
I could
was about to
see
ask that same
Natsu
question.
Sumire going TCS.
I thought
Like-
Natsu was one of the reasons Hana left OT.
They could come back together and be friends.
Everyone is different. Everyone is good. That's the TCS way.
See, Jay understands the motto.
I can
Yes.
paradoxically I can see Kagetsu going to Stars. I really could.
Ooh.
Really?
No,
And-
no, I got it, guys. Guys, it's so obvious. It's right in front of us. Besides the Azumi pole match and how that might play out, let's say the Azumi pole match just totally fails, and the only way Kagetsu can get her beloved Azumi is to join Queen's Quest.
Oh Jesus.
Ah, it's right there.
That is like an undoing of like a 4-year. That's like a standing rivalry because other than Kagetsu and Mayu, it was always Kagetsu and Kagetsu fighting Queen's Quest, and she was always the one who just was so nasty to them. They always hated her.
Ah,
Like-
but Max, that's the old Queen's Quest.
Yes.
This is
That's-
the new one, and she's gotta get her beloved Azumi from. She's just gotta work from the inside out now.
Also, dude, if she liked Azumi as much as she did, she wouldn't have thrown her into a sign at the friggin' trios match.
Some people show love differently, Jay.
Do you want to talk about it?
I mean, I still have my cage from a child, but it really means a lot to me. Okay. So, Queen's Quest are the artist champions, the hardest belt to maintain in all the world. We had a kind of a dud match, I thought, between Death Hana and Death Yama versus Dreamshine, Team Dorkable, I guess you can call them that now.
It's adorable.
Yeah. Top Gaijins beat Mayu and Saki appropriately. Jungle Kiona and Konami TCS have, I thought, a really good match against Momo and Azumi. I thought it before the Tag League final and the Goddess tag match. I thought it was the best tag match of the year in Stardom. The best women's tag match, actually, I would say. That was short-lived, though.
I have no complaint about that one. I think if you put in TCS with anybody, they're gonna have a good match.
God, the
Jungle-
dynamic of the two are so good together.
Absolutely, that's almost like my comparison's like Tai Chi and Zack Sabre.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, you have one super technical wrestler, then you have one that works. I guess Tai Chi's a power wrestler. He's just kind of Tai Chi, but still.
Hey, we do not insult Tachi on this show. Tachi is a wrestling god.
I do like that.
debating
I
when
do
he
like
takes
that
a-
description of Tai Chi. He's kind of a power wrestler, but he's also Tai Chi.
JD, have you abandoned the Tachi train?
What Tai Chi train? I'm on the boat, man.
You stabbed me in the back, you son of a bitch.
No, I only stab my friends from the front.
Shout out to Progress Chapter, whatever that was.
Yeah.
Well done.
So the Tag League Finals, Top Gaijins against Dreamshine. I adored this match. It exceeded a lot of my expectations because I wasn't sure how this combination was going to flow. But as it turned out, it was Top Gaijins being super heel, cocky motherfuckers against essentially a duo that the whole story is they don't get along. Tom won't accept Arisa's goofy friendship, and eventually them finally shaking hands and it being like there's just this wild moment.
Feel good story.
It's Jay. Did you say field good story against a top heel group? What?
Whoa.
What is this
Kinda
happy
like
ending
why
you
you-
speak of?
Kind of like why you have heels in the first place.
Max,
are you-
you're just
I mean-
talking nonsense now.
Obviously, the only way that you can book this properly is friggin' the heel goes over after picking on family and stuff.
You got to get heat. Don't they know this?
Bro. You gotta get that heat, bro.
I have no comment. I like my sanity.
Bro.
Do you guys have a favorite moment in this match? Maybe? None?
I did.
It was good. I'm sorry. Everything's running together at this point.
Wait,
I gotta say,
are we talking the match specifically, or we're talking like the post-match promo as well?
I mean, you could go either or.
I really like
promos.
the
Promos
promo.
are just as important in wrestling.
True. I really like the post-match promo with Tom finally accepting Arisa's friendship. I thought it was adorable.
Yes, Tom saying the whole reason why she finally admitted, like, the whole reason why I wanted to partner with you was to find your weakness to take your white belt. And then, well, it's awesome, right?
Once a Oedo Tai, always a Oedo Tai.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
And then she fully admits, as we went on the journey, she started to discover more and thinks that Arisa can see more of Stardom with Arisa, and slaps her hand away, and they embrace in a hug. It was very nice.
Didn't she also say that Arisa doesn't have a weakness?
I don't recall that line.
I think she did, but I could be wrong.
Her weakness is social situations.
Her weakness is a promo.
Her weakness is one eye does not look the same way as the other.
Well,
But she's
not wrong.
That happens there a lot.
Just right fast. Itsuki, whom I'm now dubbing Itsuki Saya Hoshino. There must be every rookie must now be named Saya to me. She had a pretty wild debut against Jungle Kiona. Lots of streamers. I thought it was a good debut.
Streamers. Hey, Max, you've been to Stardom debut shows. Is that normal for the amount of streamers that Saya got?
I looked at it. It's a little bit. It's a lot, but it's not more than Utami got, because Utami got positively showered too. So
Okie dokie.
I didn't know how to get a streamer. That was one of the things I never figured out. I never threw a streamer either. Kind of sad about that.
Oh my god. So I'm going to Beyond Wrestling Uncharted territory for Thanksgiving with my mom, and Warhorse Jake Parnell, the Warhorse himself, is going to be there in the Survivor Series match. And I promised on Twitter that I would bring streamers to the first match I see Warhorse at Beyond Wrestling, like for Uncharted territory, and I'm doing it. Bringing a streamers for the entire crowd. I hope to do.
You're gonna shower him in streamers.
I'm gonna shower him in streamers. I hope to get black and orange. And Chris Statlander is the captain of Team Beyond, so I hope to get white and orange for her. Not because it's the same color of Arisa. You shut up, Jay. I know what you were thinking.
So
Finish your sentence before I say my piece.
no, go ahead.
Go ahead. Silence. Okay, fine. I'll just continue talking.
I wanted you to finish your thought.
I said I was done.
Oh, fine. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so Shinkiba, November 24th, the epic conclusion to all of the tag team wrestling. It is the losers. I'm very upset with their performance in Tag League. Tokyo Cyber Squad, Jungle Kiona and Konami defending the titles against Arisa and Tom Dream Shine. Now, they have reconciled and become super friends, while supposedly Jungle Kiona and Konami are at an impasse. They've been losing in Tag League. My God. Their promos have become less and less as Tag League has gone on. Kiona's confidence is low. Konami was kind of talking, then she just went to utter silence. They seem to not be getting along at all, right? Meanwhile, Arisa and Tom are at a high. They are now friends.
I found a wishing star.
Arisa finally sees the wishing star that has passed. That Tom, I was like kind of dodging questions this whole time with Arisa in promos. Well, she finally sees it. So they do the hand sign. I noticed this right away. So they do the hand sign of Dream Shine, right? The little triangle in their hand. And then Arisa switches it to stars, and you see Tom's head just whip, and her smile just disappears immediately. It was right in front of us, all along, the sign of their demise. It was put out in the
heel
universe.
turn confirmed.
I don't think it's an Arisa heel turn. I think that's, like you said, once a Oedo Tai, always a Oedo Tai.
Or it's just Arisa's socially awkward and doesn't quite understand what she's doing still.
I mean, she has been kicked in the head quite a few times, but that's besides the point.
Including from Kagetsu a few weeks ago.
Including from Mayu with a microphone
That too.
during a promo.
Oh, jeez.
It went thud. It was pretty great.
I did forget to mention that B. Priestley and Jamie Hayter all the way to the end stealing streamers, and then ever since B lost the title belt, has now been tripping over streamers comedically, just like Mayu did.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Crowd's laughing.
All I can say about Arisa, maybe she has Dane Bramage.
Excuse me? So, this turned out to be not just an excellent tag match. It turns out to be a long-term story conclusion for both tag teams that essentially had nothing to do with each other, but it had everything to do for the title belts. I love the progression of tag team maneuvers between Arisa and Nakano, and I love the dynamic between Konami's mat game with Jungle's power game. They just complemented each other so well. This match flowed. I never felt bored. I didn't catch any botches. There was a small moment of Arisa kind of getting turned around a couple times, but she does that in all of her matches, to be honest. So it's like it's almost like it's her at this point. Part of her personality. Yeah, it's part of her dorkiness in the ring too. And that gets to the end. Lots of just exchanging heavy tag maneuvers, double teams, just going back and forth. And eventually Konami does get the heavy triangle lancer tap out on Tom Nakano, not Arisa. I thought that was kind of an interesting ploy. And then Arisa's, and you can see a camera shot of Arisa not being able to save her tag team partner from tapping out, and her face was just like devastated. And that led to the Konami promo of, I love looking at your tragic face. I want to see more of that come next month for their title match. And then she licks the title and freaks Arisa the fuck out. So, Max, what are your thoughts over the entire match and the culmination of this entire story, especially since Jungle cuts the promo that they were actually faking dissension this entire time just to keep their titles?
So I think this is great. I can't say anything really specific other than I really enjoyed really enjoyed the match. I like the post-match angle. I like kind of creepy Konami, for the lack of a better term.
Oh, it's awesome. It's like she's channeling her mentor or something.
And
Whoa.
a little outside thing is I think TCS has the best gear in Stardom right now. But other than that, yeah, the angle, the long-term payoff, all of that is perfect. The only problem is with the tag league, with the tag division, where do we go from here? Does B and Jamie take a shot? I don't know, what next?
I'm
Well,
guessing
that's
they'll just
what,
defend it against people that they lost to in tag league.
That seems to be the story, isn't it? They fake this dissension to keep their titles against the ultimate winners, who prove to be the best out of them all. Anyone they've lost to, they've now fought, right? So now they know how to beat them, rather than go into them blind and risk the titles, right? So I said this on a previous cast, the long-term story of them now holding the titles for a while. There was even the promo, I want to take this Jungle, I want to take this title worldwide. So clearly that's AEW, and it has nothing to do with Bushiroad and a partner promotion. Right, Jay? Clearly AEW? Everything's AEW.
Clearly.
I feel like you're picking on me with this one. I feel attacked. Well, it's good business sense, but I really would like them to like take it to Eve, take it to Shimmer, all of these like long-term, all of these kind of long-term partners of Stardom, and kind of bring that title and that flavor to them. I think that's something that Stardom does poorly that they should improve on. So I would love to see them take their titles on the road.
Yeah, a little bit of excursions, like kind of every other month situation, or something along those lines. Get their names out there, get the titles out there. Yeah, I could see that. I'd be down for that.
I really think they have the strongest top to bottom company in the world right now, and I think that they're hurting themselves in the long term by not kind of shining a light everywhere they can at the moment.
Well, I mean, Bushiroad starts December 1st, I believe that's the date, December 1st or 2nd, and Julia's incoming officially. Where she lands, it's looking like Queen's Quest is the destination. So one unfortunately retires, another young star comes in. So it's kind of the ECW thing: a star goes out, star comes in situation.
I'd be kind of interested to see that. That's actually something I haven't thought about. Julia is. I have to watch some of her matches, but she has a fairly similar look. She has that kind of muscular build like Hatsuki had. So
Yes.
that's almost like it's almost like a 1-to-1.
Yeah. She has much bigger shoulders, the foreigner look. But anyways, Jay, your final thoughts on the Goddess Tag title match, and we'll get out of here.
Quite enjoyed it. Disappointed Dream Shine didn't win, but I can't always get what I want.
But they won Tag League and became friends, and that was the most
ultimate
important.
championship at the end of it for Arisa.
That's right.
But quick question
Okay.
before we end the Stardom chat: does Konami beat Arisa, or does Arisa beat Konami?
I think Konami finally wins, and this elevates Arisa to go for the red belt against
Mayu.
Yeah,
because they were teasing the double title match.
I just don't see it happening.
Neither do I. Max, what do you think?
It'll break my heart to say this, but I think that we're going to see Konami as a singles champ before we see Kiona. And I really think either they're going to set up Mayu, or they're going to use. I could see like Utami or Momo taking the belt, and then Arisa going after one of those two.
I think Momo is going to be the one to take it off friggin' Mayu at some stage next year. I'm just not sure when.
You know what? Mayu and Momo does have that like old school Osprey and Scroll thing. Death taxes Scroll beats Osprey kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's very true.
yeah. Anyway, I also think Konami's going to beat Arisa. I think the match is going to be very good too.
It's a great ending to their trilogy, basically.
Yeah, their little narrative going on throughout the year where one beat one, the other beat the other, and yeah.
So, all right, boys. Well, thanks for joining for the Stardom Talk.
You're welcome. It's always fun.
All good, man.
We'll catch up with each other another time. Later.
Later. Peace out, guys.
Hot damn! Let me just take this opportunity to please go head on over to iTunes, leave the podcast a nice little review. I will read it on the show. And with that, WCW Nitro, September 7th, 1998, taking place from Pensacola, Florida. It is the go-home show for Fall Brawl 1998. And we're on Labor Day. We begin with a first-person shooter camera. Does not bode well for 98. Running down the halls. It's in the back. They're seemingly on a sprint, knowing exactly where to go. They immediately go into a locker room, presumed to be Hogan's. The NWO is freaking out with graffiti on the wall of OWN, One Warrior Nation, with the Warriors symbol on it. Quote Hogan's reaction, "What do you mean he's invisible?" Good God. They run around the back and someone has been laid out in an ambulance. They don't show us the inside of the ambulance. They're just like, it just shows Vincent freaking out. Nobody knows whom. But Hogan at first goes, "Well, who's in it?" They question each other for a second, and then Hogan goes, "I know who it was." He assumes it's Norton. He and Bischoff scream, and they go all the way to the ring, and then they start yelling at Warrior. He says he kicks hard out of the War Games team. He's putting Giant in. It's a total freak-out promo. It's irrational. It's coming across well. A little misinformation there, right? Schiavone then says, quote, "Warrior is everywhere. Bryan Adams and Norton were taken away in an ambulance." So I guess Bryan Adams is in it now. So Nitro off to a chaotic and quick start. Information was given quite strange and out of place, but the chaos and Hogan in a panic was sold well, and in the panic, kicking hard off the team. Assuming you have been keeping up with Nitro, that makes sense. So, 5 minutes, done, cool. Don't have a problem with it. The Warrior seemingly taking out NWO members is interesting, right? So then we get the little intro, and then the Wolfpack music hits. In the house! As commentary celebrates Nitro being 3 years old and going into year 4. Yeah. Think about that for a second. Nitro was the hottest show for like 2.5 years, right? In year 4, but it's Conan versus jobber entrance Bull Payne. If you don't remember that name, that is okay. You won't after this episode. So someone straight out of an S&M biker bar, essentially. Glorious looking jobber, if I do say so myself. Meanwhile, Tenay is telling us we are getting Malenko versus Kurt Hennig in a steel cage due to their recent bouts being ruined via the NWO. So a steel cage match is set. I can only assume these happened on Thunder and Saturday night over the week. Did not care enough to see the build. Not much of a squash match nor enhancement match, but the crowd loved seeing the Conan Arsenal. Wins via the Tequila Sunrise. Excuse me. Get your Mean Gene counters out, boys. Mean Gene number 1 with J.J. Dillon talking about the contract being signed with the War Games teams. And it's signed and can't be changed, says Mr. Dillon. Dillon lays down the law and clarifies Hart is still on the team. Thus, this now creates much dissension on Team NWO. Sure, okay. At least he's the guy in charge. He sets the rules. He goes, TFB Hogan, still Hart. Mean Gene number 2 back from commercial to talk Fall Brawl War Games with Mr. Diamond Dallas Page. They're saying it's the most dangerous night and match in history. Reminder that the team that wins, the captain gets the next title match versus Goldberg. Keep that little thing in mind, because that's what they said. DDP talks about Nash's ultimatum, and and DDP takes it basically as a threat. Mean Gene agrees to join the NWO Wolfpack. DDP doesn't like being told what to do, doesn't trust him. Nash, say this loosely, storms to the ring. He walks slowly. Nash says he's in their sights, right? Because he's a wolf and he's looking at him and he's gonna pounce. Aha! DDP questions how Sting and Lex could trust Nash. That, of course, totally triggers Sting and Lex to the ring. DDP does his little slump in the corner. I love it. It's kind of like a Konami, what she used to... Does she still do it? Oh, I haven't noticed in a little while. Anyways, Lex references the original recruitment plan of DDP from 2 months ago, which I do remember. That was before the Summer of Celebrities with DDP. Lex Luger even said that. Never got an answer. So now he's more or less asking for one. Nash slaps Lex's ass as they have their little Big Bro Wolfpack moments. All around of bro trust for War Games to DDP. Kind of making that clear. Kind of laughed at that. Then Lex and Nash mock DDP with the little corner slump of their own. Really wanting to get him on the team, aren't they? Sting says it's all good in the Wolfpack. Offers Paige a tag team match later tonight against... So it's going to be Sting, somebody of the Wolfpack, versus DDP and Piper. Paige accepts on behalf of Piper because they're on the same team. DDP doesn't think much of it. They go to commercial, come back. Piper's now to the ring. Mean Gene count number 3. So we got back to back to back, right? We've just had that short little squash match. So Piper is now all upset with Paige that he got him into a match with an ultimatum, basically. Piper then cuts a promo about how is he the only one that gets War Games? How there are no teams. It's every man for himself. If it comes down to Piper and DDP between him, he won't hesitate to win, right? You're not going to let me walk out of the cage. And that's when I just go, excuse me? Is he saying this is an elimination match now? Did they not have and always said it's captain's win, one fall? Never once they said this was an elimination match before this promo. This really screws up a lot of the build. You know, you had the promo before, right? Now you have this one. Fucks everything up. Now I don't know the rules for War Games anymore. Is it elimination? What was the point of the teen recruitments? What was the point of a lot of things? I don't even know. Anyways, Wrath is out to face Lenny Lane. Commentary really putting over Wrath as a force on a tear lately, and I agree. Commentary quickly going into, now it's a team in name only, and it's an elimination match at War Games. Ugh. Well, at least they cleared that up. As stupid and last minute as that is. A quick squash of sorts of this goofball Lenny Lane. Kills this dude around the ring. Gives him a devastating killer-looking pump handle slam. The meltdown. Kicks him while he's down for good measure after the match. Wrath continues his winning ways. I like it. Good 90s, 80s old school wrestling. Just kill the dude. And as Wrath moves up the ladder, he's getting supposedly stronger opponents, and he's still killing them. So there you go. But yeah. Let's see, where was I? Pump handle slam, Wrath. They quickly cut to the back and find the Disciple strung upside down. You never guess where. Yes, it's the same locker room, and he's hung upside down by the OWN symbol. It's cool, but shouldn't this have been with the opening segment of the show? You know, they find Disciple strung upside down next to the OWN. Then they run to the ambulance. They see like Norton, or no, they see Adams on the ground, and they say Norton's being taken away in the ambulance first. There's not enough because he's a big dude, right? So, with that, I am quite disappointed Norton will have nothing to do at War Games. Or at least Fall Brawl in general. He's not facing Goldberg. Nobody's been built for Goldberg for Fall Brawl, so that's weird. That's disappointing. So my last hope is, I guess, Halloween Havoc. Poor Scott Norton. Anyways, U.S. champion Bret Hart in the ring for a bit of a strange segment here. Hennig, Vincent, and Stevie Ray immediately come out, basically, to beat up Hart for some reason. I guess solely based off the Hogan disagreement from last week, how it ended the show. So I can only assume Hart is either two things. He's not in the NWO anymore, or it's kind of a mob, mentality of a stray dog or a dog straying from the path, and they gotta beat him down to keep him in line, get back on the path. But either way, Sting runs down for the save, so it continues that story of, Sting and Bret Hart possibly friends. Before any confrontation, mind you, so there's still some doubt there, like was it all set up to try, to lure Sting out? But Sting pushes Hart back with the bat, so he doesn't fully trust him. Then he gives him the bat and turns his back on Hart. Sting has done this tactic before. Not in 1998. We haven't seen it in 1998. He's done that in previous years. He did this a lot in 97, the build to Starrcade. Which is kind of important, actually. But Hart throws the bat down. He wants that handshake to prove their friendship. Sting snubs him. The segment came off weird, but at the very least was effective creating that friendship question for War Games and Hart's status for NWO in War Games. There we go. Got it all figured out. We get a video package for the Steiner Brothers face-off, finally at Fall Brawl. Then after the video, Bagwell and Steiner come out. Bagwell goes to commentary. Steiner goes to the ring, cuts a promo on his brother in the ring while poor Evan Courageous just stands there. Reminder, Evan Courageous had a great Nitro match last week, assuming his Nitro debut against Hoovy in a losing effort, unfortunately to a dead crowd. Steiner looks at him then and says, he's killed the guy in the back, and now poor Evan Courageous is in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he's facing Big Papa Pump now. And I felt so bad what was to come. Poor Evan just gets murdered as Steiner talks all the shit in the world in the ring as he's beating the dude up. He's clotheslining him. He's taking his head off. He suplexes him on his neck. I would say yes. Steiner is more of a pure killer now, while Evan is now undercard, almost jobber status after all this. Very unfortunate. Steiner should have killed someone else rather than this poor guy. Really makes the cruiserweights look... They look super weak after this, right? Because Courageous just took the Cruiserweight champion to the limit last week, and then Steiner has just come out and jobbed the dude out. Yeah. Speaking of Cruiserweights, it's the returning from knee surgery Hector Garza in the next match, the uncle of Angel Garza in NXT, and Humberto Carrillo in WWE currently. And boy, he certainly does look like the two of the guys mashed together. And he's facing off Hoovy. Hey, speaking of Hoovy. Fun match. Garza drop kick to a crossbody. Flying Hoovy was really cool. It was a cool little counter. Some awesome power slams from Hector. Going into a comeback Hoovy mode, as he does. Garza blocks a sick Hurricane Rana. Almost botches the powerbomb part of it. Kind of saves out of it. Then he picks him up again and gives him an extra powerbomb. Just kills him. Garza then goes for the K-Brana, misses it. Hoovy then immediately hits his Hoovy driver to win. Finish off a good TV match. Hey, the Cruiserweights do it again. A good TV match. Shocker. It's a shame it was just put in our heads that these guys are nothing compared to Scott Steiner. And we're at Mean Gene Count. If you're keeping track, that is now 4 times he's out. I believe the record is 7 on a single Nitro. To interview Hennig and Rude for the cage match versus Malenko later. Seems like overkill at this point. Hennig calls the Horsemen dead a year ago, referencing his NWO turn. Rude says they were great. Rude says the Horsemen were great 15 years ago, but the horses are now out to pasture. Hennig calls Malenko a Horseman wannabe, doesn't even want to know what the end of the horse he wants to, or doesn't even know what end of the horse he wants to be. He's probably a horse's ask Root about this. Big smiles all around from that slick wordplay. Gene smiles, Hennig smiles, and just pure admiration of how perfect he said that line. And Rude just goes, exactly. Interview over. I loved it so much. So yeah. I really wish this feud was built up over multiple weeks rather than just this quick 1 week Horseman versus Hennig company due to the history and the Horseman build going on. But like with many Nitro, in a vacuum, in this singular moment, this was great. But in the long run, it's just a hot shot match just to quickly end something. Which is a total bummer when you really look at it. It's a huge problem just WCW had in general with so many things. They just didn't have the patience. Like, the only thing they had a patience for was booking Sting at Starrcade in 97, and they managed to kind of fuck that up too, so in the end. We got some changes of names going on here. Ernest Miller is now just The Cat, and Chaos of Tag Team High Voltage is now deemed Kenny Chaos. This made me laugh a lot, but not for the reasons you would think. The match, not the names. The match was technically absolutely nothing, but both dudes did basically nothing but hit a basic move, and then they try to play to the crowd with just horrid bad gestures. Cats mockingly karate poses. Chaos trying to be the big strong dude in the ropes. It just wasn't working. The crowd's just like staring at him. I'm staring at him, just going, oh, you guys just don't have it. Ends simply with Chaos missing a springboard double axe handle of all things. And then Cat just spin kicks him to the face. At least that looked pretty good, much better than last week's. Cat then brags about how damn good he is and how nobody can stop him. Hope I did a good impression of him that way. Calls for an open challenge to the locker room. All this came off as super goofy to me. I don't think it was meant to. Chris Adams out to face new NWO white and black gear wearing Stevie Ray. Can Chris Adams carry Mr. Stevie Ray to a good match? I know you're asking yourself. Well, as it turns out, the answer was kind of. It was all Stevie Ray doing indecisive offense, such as grabbing a suplex, like he sets it up, and then he just kind of goes, no, and then back elbow. Just really poor. Even the selling was off. It was like there was input lag on Adams' offense. So he'd do a drop kick, be like, wait a second. And then Stevie Ray would fall backwards, or he'd do a arm drag, and Adams would flip with the arm drag, right, to get the momentum, and then Stevie Ray would flip. It was very very bad selling. Yeah, so it makes wrestling look really fake. Slapjack wins it, just lame. Jericho TV champ versus Neidhart. This was probably the best Neidhart match I have seen in ages. Probably since the tag matches that I did this Wrestler Spotlight over Neidhart over. So it was switching between Jericho's quickness, mostly drop kicks, and Neidhart's thick power moves, including catching Jericho off a slingshot crossbody from the inside out. Then the ending happened, unfortunately. This is why this isn't the best match of Nitro. That was Hector Garza Hoovy. So something really weird happened at the end. It includes Neidhart misses a diving knee drop. Jericho puts him in the lion tamer. Ref signals for the bell, but the bell doesn't ring. Neidhart courts back onto his back. Jericho puts him back into a Boston Crab, in which Neidhart immediately squirms for the ropes. The ref calls for the bell again. Then they stop. After about 4 seconds, the bell finally rings, and the crowd is lost. Like, you could see everybody, like, turning to the person next to him going, what just happened? Commentary is totally confused, asking if Neidhart submitted verbally, And then another's like, I don't know if he submitted at all. Then I'm confused. Yeah, no idea. Maybe the ref messed up the finish. I don't know. Neidhart looked annoyed. Jericho just kind of rolled out of the ring. He didn't know what happened either. We got our steel cage match, Malenko versus Hennig. Note, the cage has been enclosed at the top. So they're still doing that in WCW. God, we got a lot here. Hennig makes it a fight immediately, and there's a spot early where Hennig grabs the ropes, or grabs the top of the cage, hooks his leg to the top, Malenko looks at him, and then just yanks him down by his trunks. I don't know what Hennig was going for there. It was funny, though. Keep in mind, even though this is a cage match, you can use the cage. It's still a match under regular match rules, as the ref made it very clear they're doing 5 counts and rope breaks, so a DQ is possible. I wish commentary would have said DQs were possible, but the ref and what he was doing, it was very clear that this is just a match with a cage around it, right? So much like using the turnbuckle as a weapon, the cage was part of the ring. We see Ravishing Rick Rude here seemingly twisting on the hinges of the door as the match goes on, even to the point the camera's like looking at him, and he pushes it away like nothing to see here. So that was weird. I'm like, oh, that's going to play into the match later. So Hennig controls the match for a while, and then they collide heads on a shoulder block. Hennig does what I can only describe as the Kurt Hennig cell. Kind of gyrates back and forth for a few seconds, and then he falls. Crowd is basically totally dead for this match, unfortunately. Gee, I wonder why. It couldn't possibly be because it's a short build on 2 shows that no one watches. Small short chant of the 4 Horsemen, but ultimately no comeback from Malenko there. This match sucked. Let's be honest. The crowd starts to chant boring. Then there's a short comeback from Malenko. Get a small pop out of the crowd finally. Couple cage shots from Malenko. Then there's a ref bump on a scoop slam. A Hennig scoop slam, by the way. Not a Malenko. Malenko locks in the cloverleaf after a quick reversal. And then Bischoff runs to the ring with a key, unlocks the cage. Stevie Ray's following suit. Rude enters the cage, starts beating on Dean Malenko. The ref gets up, calls for a DQ finish in a cage match. Now I know it's basically clear with what the ref was doing that there was DQ, but it doesn't make it any less stupid. The whole fucking point of the cage match was to keep these assholes out of it so they could have a match. So we couldn't even get that. So ultimately, a bullshit finish. Crowd chants bullshit and boring. And that tease Rude was doing early with the hinges on the cage ultimately meant nothing. NWO is about to take out Malenko using the cage door to bash his head in. Arn Anderson runs down to the ring, hits it in a fury, makes the save. This was awesome. Crowd totally woke up. Runs wild on Hennig, then he hits Rude, then he beats Stevie Ray. Crowd chants 4 Horsemen. Something must have happened on Thunder or Saturday night where this was built up to Arn Anderson making the save. I can only assume. But I am okay with Arn Anderson making the save here. It was a big pop. It was a cool moment. It didn't totally save the match, but I think we know the Horsemen forming and the inevitable return of Ric Flair is coming. Goldberg in a match against Ivan Putski. I didn't hear if it was for the title or not. It certainly shouldn't be. This lasts 50 awesome seconds. The crowd chants his name as he comes out. The crowd chants his name during the 50 seconds. The crowd explodes for this man. Goldberg moves to 141-0. He no-sells a suplex from Putski, spears the piss out of him, and I swear the roof just blows off this building. It was so short, but fuck, this was an injection the show needed. What I don't understand is why anything Goldberg does isn't talked about on at all on these shows. He's the champion, and he's the most over guy on the entire show, and I watched this Nitro, and not once did they say, and look forward to Goldberg in action later tonight, or something like that. Not one time. Very weird, considering. And it kind of, in hindsight, goes, maybe WCW should have had that Goldberg guy more featured. Anyways, Michael Buffer to do the intros for the main event match of DDP and Piper versus NWO Wolfpack. And even though DDP earlier tonight said he specifically wanted Nash in the match, it is instead Sting and Luger. Commentary hints towards the possibility of friction in the Wolfpack now. I don't know where they get that idea, but it's interesting, I suppose. When DDP comes out last for the main event, it truly shows how much of a star he is among the others, how much the crowd loves this guy, I myself including as a kid. He detours through the audience, the fans just maul him in love as he makes his way to the ring. Really fun and nice to see. There's so much confetti in the ring and outside. It's almost like a confetti bomb went off, like out of nowhere, and now it's just everywhere. It's very strange. But it now makes everything look dirty for some reason. It was very odd. I guess it was part of the Wolfpack entrance? I don't know. But nonetheless, Piper starts off the match, absolutely runs wild on Luger like a madman. Punching, mauling, biting, yelling, war! It was great. I love Piper. Sting and DDP have a good back and forth, but then once a bit of a brawl breaks out, Nash sprints only on the ramp, and then he walks, gets into the ring, powerbombs DDP for the DQ, so of course, fuck you, main event, can never get a finish. More confetti continues to fall during and after the match. Of course, fans are pissed, they groan, throw trash in the ring. Nash throws up the Wolfpack sign, and they go to commercial. As Makito would do, double middle fingers. Fuck off with this Nitro. I hated that. And as it turns out, this was not the end of the show. We still have one more segment. Hogan and Giant head to the ring. Hogan has a chair. Commentary recaps the loose reign of Batman Warrior over the last couple weeks and tonight. So Hogan calls for the cage to be lowered and calls out Warrior. Like, hey, come out, Warrior! And of course he has a cage and he's all protected, so I laughed. Then the ring is totally enveloped in smoke, much more than last week. So we actually can't see inside the ring this time. Hey! When the smoke clears, the Giant is out on the mat, just totally out. Warrior is chillaxing in a chair in the middle of the ring. Hogan slowly turns around to his left, sees the Giant, and he's just laying there. And then he turns a little bit more, and he sees the Warrior sitting in the chair like he's seen a ghost. And then we get the weird shit. So, Warrior wanders around the cage. He's looking at Hogan. He's looking at the fans. He walks over to the Giant. Just like it's no big deal. Just takes off his One Warrior Nation jacket. Drapes it over the Giant. OWN. So for everyone to see. You know, marketing. He starts raising the roof. He's shaking the ropes. And all while this is happening, Hogan just simply turns around, walks out of the cage. Bischoff runs down with a lock and chain, presumably from, he had it when he stole from the cage match earlier. It takes him a year. He's just fumbling with the cage and the lock, and he can't do it. And Warrior just looks at him, casually walks over to the door. He looks down. They're still fumbling with it. Takes a step to the right, and he starts shaking the ropes, and he's like, I'm the Warrior. And they lock him in. Hogan and Bischoff, it was kind of a real big oops on their part. Smoke envelops the ring. Hogan and Bischoff are gloating. Look at that fool, he's stuck in the ring. When the smoke clears, so Warrior's missing, right? He disappeared because he's Batman, right? The hard cam sees a lot of the front of the mat is now moved like a good foot, and you can see a hole in the ring where Warrior went through. So I was like, so close to getting that smoke thing right this time. But yeah. So Warrior's totally disappeared. Batman Warrior has struck again. Hogan calls him a freak, and we go off the air. Hey, on to Fall Brawl, people. That was sure a show, I guess. Oh boy. You know, a lot of shit doesn't make sense on Nitro. But since this is a hindsight, and it's all supposed to be fun, as long as they don't do stupid shit like pinning a guy that isn't in the match. Botches, I always find funny. As long as no one gets hurt. I'm enjoying the Goldberg, trip down memory lane. Yeah, I mean, it has its ups and downs. It's fucking ridiculous. Batman Warrior, I don't hate. It's corny. It's ridiculous. We'll see, I know where it goes, but in a vacuum, this is working for me. I don't know why, but he's stalking the NWO. He's taking them out one by one, right? And he's getting ready for War Games. And he can just appear and reappear like Batman. He's fucking Batman. That's who Warrior is. So there you go. The next episode is Fall Brawl. My God, this is how I'm gonna end. I'm gonna end 2019 with Fall Brawl, and the post Fall Brawl show, seemingly the last time WCW was on top of WWF in the ratings war. Oh boy. All right. Let me timestamp this bitch and go on to the wrestling rankings. That was the longest segment of the show by far. Well, no, AEW I think was more. I think that was like an hour. Yeah. So let's see here. Wrestler rankings. Bottom to top for the men: Darby Allin, Moxley at 14, Kento at 13, Marufuji 12, Best Friends at 11, Kiyomiya at 10, 9 Pac, 8 Omega. Those two have been going back and forth like all year. Omega's had the best bouts, but Pac had his Dragon Gate run, right? 7 Sugiura, 6 Elgin, 5 John Silver, 4 is Orange Cassidy. That might be a surprise, but I really did love those matches. 3 is Chris Jericho because he's fucking Chris Jericho. He everything he does is over. He's the top champion. He had a great match against Scorpio Sky. SCU just missed out on the top 15. And then 2 and 1 respectively, Nick Jackson, Phoenix, aka Young Bucks, Lucha Bros. Yes, they do count as a tag team since predominantly that's what they're more associated with. And then to the women, 10 Konami, 9 Miyu Yamashita, 8 Chris Statlander, 7 Shauna. I know that might be a little surprising. 6 Jungle Kiona, 5 Arisa, 4 Maki Ito, 3 Tom Nakano, 2 Tessa Blanchard, 1 Rhea Ripley. Wasn't really that hard to rank them this time. It was a lot of tag matches mostly. Really had to emphasize those who got, the star-making performances. And ultimately, I will be honest, if Shauna had a better match with Big Swole on AW Dark, she would probably be higher. But that video alone, that video package, got her into the top 10 over Emi Sakura and Unamonase, for example. So cool, yeah. If you want an update on the top 10 tables, go on over to @BowlingJD, Red Leaf Retrocast, and you can see the updated 2019 top 10 rankings. And we only got 2 weeks left. There has been a lot of movement in the top 10 for the women. And, yes, Kento Miyahara, Pac, and Kenny Omega have blasted into the top 10, while the Lucha Bros and Chris Jericho are banging on the door of that top 10. So you can see the full list. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do 1 through 20. Just post that on Twitter. There you go. I'll just do 1 through 20. And I do have a top 50 matches of the year list, and the way it's going to work is there's going to be 10 matches from WWE AEW, the top 10 there. There'll be 10 matches from New Japan and Lucha Libre. 10 matches from the various indie scenes. That's like WXW, Progress, Dragon Gate, etc. Those. And 10 women's matches, strictly women's. So that would be like Shine, Shimmer, Stardom, Sendai, etc. And then 10 intergender matches, which I think that's interesting enough. It really gets me to kind of put precedent over certain matches, really think hard about like what would constitute a top 50. Instead of just having 50 matches, and yes, feuds do count as one singular match, just so you get more matches on there, just to be clear. So yeah, this was episode 45 of the WrestleCast, Red Leaf Retrocast, titled Battle of Aesthetics at Thanksgiving. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll talk to you next time.